FM. Daddy No. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Steve Kathan. Critics of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. turn out for his appearance before a Senate committee. New Jersey Democratic Congressman Herb Conaway.
He has failed in his principal duty to protect the American people.
Kennedy began his appearance by defending the moves made under him so far, including last week's firing of the head of the CDC and changes to vaccine recommendations.
We at HHS are enacting a once-in-a-generation shift from a sick care system to a true health care system that tackles the root causes of chronic disease.
Oregon Democratic Senator Ron Wyden.
This set of changes is going to damage American health care, and particularly these health care agencies, for decades to come.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
White House correspondent Natalie Brand tells us
the Trump administration has defended Kennedy, even as public health experts sound the alarm over new guidelines restricting eligibility for COVID vaccines and his overhaul of a key vaccine advisory panel.
House Speaker Mike Johnson defends President Trump, who, when asked about the release of the Epstein files, labeled the matter a Democrat hoax. Would Trump meet with the Epstein accusers?
I suspect he probably will. Yeah, he has great compassion for them. The president has a very compassionate heart. He hates the fact that these women suffered those harms. He hates what Epstein is accused of and who he was.
Washington, D.C. has sued the Trump administration over the deployment of the National Guard, calling it a military occupation. In Chicago, where federal troops could show up next for a crime and immigration crackdown, WBBM Radio's Haley Hansen says the city's teachers' unions handing out flyers and planning to monitor schools.
CTU is also calling on Chicago public schools to allow virtual learning for families keeping their kids at home for fear of being targeted.
The Secretary of State Rubio says the U.S. is designating 2 gangs from Ecuador as foreign terrorist organizations in the latest move against cartels. Overseas, the BBC's Yolande Nell says a new UN report indicates the war in Gaza has left children dead and survivors struggling for food and education.
Since January, 44,000 children have been treated for acute malnutrition in Gaza. 700,000 children have lost their right to education, this in a time when Palestinian children would normally be returning to school.
Stephen Myron, President Trump's pick to join the Federal Reserve Board, said today he would remain a White House employee even if the Senate confirms him to the job. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up about 200 points. The S&P is up 25. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Frozen pizzas have undergone a taste test.
When you're stuck at home and you don't feel like cooking, you know what to do.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Cook up a frozen pie, and not all are created equal. The Washington Post put 11 top-selling cheese pizzas to the test and ranked DiGiorno's #1 for its sturdy crust cheese that tears away in lovely ribbons, with the sauce a silent partner. Whole Foods' thin crust 4-cheese pizza came in second. Costco's Kirkland brand third. Screamin' Sicilian's I'm Thin and Crispy and Freschetta's 4-cheese rounded out the top 5. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Aware that more people are cutting the cable cord, C-SPAN has cut a deal for its 3 public affairs networks to be carried on Hulu and YouTube TV. YouTube will sponsor the network's coverage of America 250. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Changes to federal vaccine policy have some doctors encouraging patients to get immunizations as early as allowed. I'm Zach Dyer, and this is your KFF Health News Minute. Here's pediatrician Deborah Greenhouse.
I cannot be 100% sure what the future looks like for some of these vaccines.
Now, the Department of Health and Human Services has said licensed immunizations will remain available, but if RFK Jr.'s newly appointed Vaccine Advisory Committee changes its recommendations, Medicaid won't cover them, and private insurers could follow. Happy 26th birthday, or is it? Ethan Evans dreaded his.
I did not want to turn 26 because I did not want to lose my health insurance.
The Affordable Care Act lets young adults stay on their parents' plans until age 26. After that, they're on their own. 26-year-olds go uninsured at a higher rate than any other age. There's more at kffhealthnews.org.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, The Talk of Guam.
Research in bio-inspired design has the potential to yield transformative solutions in infrastructure, manufacturing, food production, human health, and more. We'll explore how American scientists and engineers are looking to nature as they tackle complex challenges in the U.S. National Science Foundation's Discovery Files.
The use of bio-inspired architectures is very important because nature has plenty of ideas on how to actually solve engineering problems. We use the same principles that we are learning from nature, and just what we know so far, we are going to learn more as we proceed.
Pablo Zavatieri is a professor of civil engineering at Purdue University, and part of a collaboration working to understand how a mosquito's specialized antenna allow them to isolate specific sounds over the noise of their own wings, which could have a variety of translational applications in sensors and sound treatments. Here's a sample of the sound of the wing beats of a female frog-biting mosquito, Corythrella appendiculata.
Mosquitoes have a really great structural component in the antennas that actually can help us understand how to better design sensors and structures for vibration and vibration control or vibration detection. So I think there are a lot of clues in nature that we can actually use from just doing these studies.
Learn more about this study in NSF's Discovery Files podcast, Translational Research.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's hosted by Pauly Suba for a Friday here on the Wave 105 FM. And the show this morning is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Pat's Tinting and Detailing, GTA. We start with you, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Sherwin-Williams-Pates, Wise Owl Animal Hospital, the wise choice in animal care. Subway, Eat Fresh, Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Landon Eidlet of the National Weather Service in Teton. And it's all being brought to you by McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in, it's for a limited time, only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal.
Senator Jesse Lujan, chair of the legislature's Committee on Transportation and Tourism, is asking the U.S. Customs and Border Protection to exempt Guam from President Trump's suspending duty-free de minimis treatment for all countries executive order. The executive order signed July 30th eliminates de minimis treatment for imports from certain countries of concern. Lujan says applying it to Guam would drive up prices, disrupt small businesses, and burden families, since the island imports nearly 90% of all of its goods. He also pointed to potential impacts on service members who rely on the same shipping channels as residents. In his letter, Lujan urged CBP to issue guidance confirming a territorial exemption and to consult with Guam's elected leaders. He said that Guam is not asking for handouts, but fairness, warning the policy could cause unintended harm to U.S. citizens on the island. In more news, yesterday morning, the George Washington High School went into lockdown after reports of an irate student with a knife was made to the Guam Police Department. According to the Guam Department of Education spokesperson, Damon Borja, the student in question was not on the GW campus and the lockdown was lifted about 10 minutes per GPD's guidance. GPD spokesperson Norman Analista said that the department received a call around 8:19 that morning regarding a disturbance at a store in Mangilao involving one male with a knife. Another caller reported that a male in a GW uniform was reportedly heard yelling in the street. Upon arrival, GPD did not find a disturbance, and the department could not confirm if the two reported incidents were related. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Good morning, Guam. This is Landon Idle with your TGIF National Weather Service forecast for Friday, September 5th. Expected mix of sun, showers, and isolated thunderstorms today as a surface trough pushes through the region just to our south. You want to keep the sunglasses and an umbrella handy today as we wrap up the work week. The persistent tropical upper tropospheric trough, or the TUT, will keep the atmosphere primed for some of our showers today to be locally heavy today and tonight. We'll likely see similar conditions to carry us through at least Saturday night. Out on the waters, expect light to gentle winds and combined seas of 2 to 4 feet through the weekend. Surf conditions will be favorable with a low risk of rip currents. If you're out and about, always remember lightning safety. When thunder roars, get indoors. Visit the National Weather Service on the web at weather.gov/GUM for the latest regional weather forecasts and conditions. And as September is National Preparedness Month, visit ready.gov/September to learn about disaster preparedness and what you can do to ensure you and your family are prepared.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Begin. We are Guam.
Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome to it, Biba Business. It's Friday. Hanging out, rolling with dice on Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo.
Sorry. Okay, I'm done. That's all I got.
Our number is 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. So I reached out to a few people. I do have confirmation in the 7 o'clock hour to speak with the, speaking of Pika's best, the Guam's favorite mayor.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Since they started the whole competition, right? I don't think anybody else has won except for Mayor Jesse Alec, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. They had their monthly meeting yesterday. And so we'll get updates, some of the concerns within the council, some of the challenges that they're facing there, and then also some of the successes, right? I mean, there was some concern over the budget, what they were able to get. Grateful to some senators that included amendments, and so we'll get to that later on in the 7 o'clock hour. We also confirmed Senator Will Parkinson is going to be with us in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll call him because there's a town hall meeting that is set up for next week over at the Jigo Mayor's office to discuss political status. And the goal is to get all three of the task forces there, right? And so I was watching the Commission on Decolonization last week, and the struggle is always to, unfortunately, get statehood in there. And so I would say if you poll people now out of the three, just based off of what they know now, I think statehood would win. But that's just optics. I don't know for sure, right? But the statehood task force is it can be difficult to get them to some of the meetings, and it's probably because those that are leading the task force, they're part of our greatest generation, and so there was even talk about passing on that the reins, the leadership of the statehood to a new group or a new individual, an individual that can make some of these meetings, and because that's the goal of these task forces, statehood, independence, and free association, is to get out there into the community and share what does statehood look like for Guam, what does free association look like for Guam, what does independence look like for Guam. And so whether you like them or not, or whether you think that's a terrible idea, here's your opportunity to voice your concerns, and one or the other, or maybe you got other ideas, right? So that town hall meeting is set for next week Wednesday at the Jigo Mayor's office, right? And so after that, we'll also have the director come in, or we'll call the director of the Commission on Decolonization, Melvin Wampat Bora. We know him very well, right? He hosts his own show, Challenge the Status Quo, every Monday from 10 to 12. And so we'll reach out to him as well and get his perspective on what that town hall meeting could look like. But then also I want to ask him questions about the meeting, and he has multiple roles in the government of Guam. He's also the president of the Chamorro Affairs, and so he oversees Chamorro Village. We were talking about it yesterday, right? And so there's grants that are available to redesign Samoa Village. And so I was briefly talking to him yesterday.
Okay.
And we'll get him on the air, and he'll share with our audience. Excited. Did you know San Francisco? Have you ever been to Fisherman's Wharf?
Fisherman's Wharf.
Yes, in San Francisco.
No.
It's like one of the most popular places in San Francisco. Wow. It's that and Alcatraz.
Okay.
Right? And so, I mean, you can take a ferry out to Alcatraz right next to Fisherman's Wharf.
For sure.
Right?
Okay.
Fisherman's Wharf, I think, is arguably the most visited site in San Francisco.
Okay, nice.
But it needs a facelift, and so they're working on maybe next summer, 2026, if I'm not mistaken, that there's going to be a complete redesign of Fisherman's Wharf. If you go there, you'll see. I don't know the difference. So forgive me. I don't know the difference between a sea lion and a seal. They look the same to me. So I think they're sea lions, but if you just go to Fisherman's Wharf, you can just look right along the side of the wharf. They're there just hanging out. Wow. And they're barking like dogs too.
Whoa. Yeah. That's how they sound? That's how they sound?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's a
kind of lions
it's
are barking.
one of my favorite places because I remember as a child. I went back as an adult. I'm like, this place sucks. This is not how I remember it. No, it still had it. It still had its. It has its own character, right? Okay. But I agree. It definitely does need a. It needs a facelift, and so I was just. It showed up on my algorithm yesterday that that's what they're working towards. Because when I was a kid, I don't know if that carousel is still there, but when I was a kid, there was this carousel, and like we were taking pictures. You know, obviously, as a 6-year-old, you love carousels. Oh. But then as a 22-year-old, when you go, you're like, it's the same carousel, and it wasn't brand new when I was 6. So, yeah. Nice. What else do we got going on? We're waiting today, right? Let me just double check. Let me refresh my email. Okay. We're waiting on the governor to take action on the supplemental, the substitute budget bill, right? That was introduced when they went into debate on this budget bill, right? And so some people were kind of, well, I don't know if they were caught off guard, because I remember it was supposed to be on a Friday that they were supposed to go in real quick and say, here's the budget bill. And then they were going to recess to debate on it at a later date. There were rumors in the morning as to why they didn't do that already. And I think there were rumors even before that it had included Bill 11 to roll back the BPT, but not 1%, 0.5%, right? And so there was all of these uncertainties or rumors flying over the weekend. And then on Monday we saw Senator Chris Duenas put out a op-ed, and he laid it down, and which I appreciated because I could better understand as we get closer. The town hall meeting with Senator Parkinson is Gigo Mayor's office. Is it big enough to hold the public? It's a small building. Thank you. Have a great day. Yeah, it is. I've been in there. You know, I think it's because it's the first one. They're testing the waters, but I agree that. Well, see, I'll double check too. Now I need to double check, because what I was in the senior citizens office or space, and I don't know if it's going to be big enough. Let me just see, because now that I think about it, those are two different spots, right? Political status, community hall in Guam. Political status Wednesday, September 10, 6 to 8. Oh, it is the same. Gigo Senior Citizen Center. So it is the same building that I was in. So I remember when the Young Men's League Guam
Oh, nice.
They were doing town hall meetings. They're going from one village to the next, presenting the state of the Chamorro language.
Cool.
Yeah, I got a lot of good insight. It is alarming, though. They're raising the flag and saying, listen, we as a people need to do more. And they're willing to take up the, be at the front of that and assist with the community, assist with people that want to continue to perpetuate the Chamorro language within our community and not lose it, because they were sharing in their data that most Chamorro speakers are 50s and 60s. And so if we don't pass the Chamorro language down to the next generation more consistently, we're going to be in trouble in the next 20 years. And so it takes more than the government to save the language. It takes more to put all of that pressure on the 2 immersion programs. That's a lot. And so they were just reaching out to the whole community, the island of Guam, through these village town hall meetings, saying that they are basically sharing their data.
Okay.
And if there are any, they have programs too. They have some solutions. And you can reach out to the Young Men's League of Guam on how you can also be part of these programs. They're talking about immersion programs within the village where they take a Chamorro speaker and you hang out with them at their house or at their work or at the farm, and they speak Chamorro to you. You're fully immersed. I think that's a great idea. They're already doing that at the University of Guam with some of their Chamorro studies students. Like they would partner a UOG Chamorro studies student with a Tetsa, and they would learn the rosary in Chamorro, right? Or a farmer, or Senor John Ray, who has his Carabaos, right? And work with him. Senor Tony Mantanotnya, who is the baker, right? Hotnu. And so that's something that they're finding some success in at the University of Guam. But then again, that's a lot of pressure to put the entire Chamorro language just on the university, on the 2 immersion programs, Haral, and also GDOE's immersion program, where they're over at PC Lujan. And so that's what the Young Men's League of Guam was doing. And so, again, one of their first meetings was at this Senior Citizens Center. And the person that wrote that, I'm sorry, I didn't see the name. You're correct. It is quite a small space, the Jigo Senior Citizens Center. The event will feature the Commission on Decolonization and the 3 task forces, each invited to present and advocate for their respective political status. The town hall is designed to educate the public on Guam's political status choices. And I know that there's going to be more than just that. Let me see. It's a small building. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you for you have a great day as well. I appreciate that. Parkinson says it's vital that we engage our people in conversations about our political future in the places where they live. By holding town halls in our villages, we can talk openly about each status option, including the possibility of U.S. statehood. And most importantly, listen to the concerns, questions, and hopes our residents have for Guam's future. I do hope that it's standing room only. I hope so. I hope there are people that can't get inside. Right? So, let's see. And then we can criticize them. then we can criticize Parkinson and the Commission on Decolonization. See that? Why don't you find a bigger space? But we'll see. We'll see. Because there was still, when they were talking about the Chamorro language and the state of the Chamorro language, again, it was the first one. There were a handful of people. And I went to 2. I went to the one in my own village at MTM, and there were even more people. So if they continue to have these town hall meetings and see that there's a demand and whatnot, then they can eventually have it at the UOG Field House, right? So we'll see. And it's not lost on me, though, that grateful to the Jigo Mayor Lizama, and also Vice Mayor Bloss, that they are willing once again to host the very first one, right? I'm sure there were more, but for this new town hall meeting on political status, right? Something Senator Will Parkinson said that he wanted to do. And so the village of Jigo, again, is hosting the first one, like they hosted the first Young Men's League of Guam State of the Chamorro Language Town Hall meeting. 6:30 in the morning, I saw on the front page, and so I saw the press release on the retirement of Lillian Paris Posadas days ago, August 28th, and we never really touched on it, right? But the PDN had an exclusive interview with Lillian Paris Posadas, and she's confirming that she has some health issues that she needs to take care of. And that is why she is leaving GMHA sooner than she had previously announced, right? Because when she first made the announcement, we knew that we had until she would be with GMHA until the end of the year, right? So she would be all the way through Christmas and then New Year's Eve, and then we say our goodbyes, right? Like Superintendent Eric Swanson. That was a very popular date, December 31st. Makes sense, right? Start a new year with a new superintendent or a new administrator, right? But in this release that was dated August 28, Paris Posadas will retire effective September 30. She served as the organization's executive CEO since 2019, providing steadfast leadership during her tenure at Guam's only public hospital. GMHA Board of Trustees Chairwoman Sharon Davis said, "We extend our deepest gratitude to Lillian for her dedicated service and commitment to healthcare excellence in Guam. Her leadership has been instrumental in advancing our mission to provide quality healthcare services to the people of Guam and the region. During her tenure as CEO, Posadas demonstrated exceptional leadership in overcoming operational funding shortfalls, aging facilities, and guiding the hospital through the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Her ability to steer GMHA through these critical times ensure the hospital continued to deliver patient care. The Board of Trustees is actively conducting a search for Posadas' replacement to ensure continuity of operations and leadership stability. The board will name an interim CEO on September 24. Okay? And then they are looking to appoint a permanent CEO, I believe, again, by January 1st. And so Davis said, "We are committed to a smooth transition that maintains our high standards of patient care and operational excellence. The interim appointment will provide steady leadership while we complete our thorough selection process for the next CEO. The search for the new hospital administrator remains ongoing, with the board reviewing applications of candidates who can build upon the strong foundation established during Posadas' leadership. The Guam Memorial Hospital Authority serves as the only public hospital in Guam, providing critical healthcare services to the island residents." So there's that release, and then we were able to get even more information from the interview with the Guam PDN, right? And so she says that she has been putting aside her health for quite some time, and so she needs to address that. She says that she's open to working with GMHA in a different capacity when she has a clean bill of health. And so, again, public officials, they get scrutinized every day, especially GMH, right? If you're, especially as the CEO, you get scrutinized, you get criticized, and sometimes it's open, wide open. at the legislature or even on the radio. But it's not lost on me, though, that public service is not easy, and she's been doing it since the 80s in one capacity or another. And I've had my own experience with CEO Lillian Perez-Posadas. I've had my own conversations with her. And again, I wish her the very best. And I thank her for always being available to me as well when I have some questions and concerns, right? And I greatly appreciate those conversations on the record and off the record. 6:34 in the morning, we will take the break. Wave 105.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Good morning, Guam. Hafa Adai, everyone. 6:36 on a Friday, September 5th, here on the Wave 105 FM. This is Mornings with Patti, hosted by Pauly Suba. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, being brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Following reports regarding Guam's exclusion from the Trump administration's Rural Health Transformation Program, Guam's congressional delegate James Moylan said that Guam was not excluded due to oversight or neglect. Moylan said that the program was created to address Medicaid reductions that apply only to the 50 states. Guam and other U.S. territories are not subject to those reductions, he said in a statement yesterday. The Rural Health Transformation Program would provide funding to states for a range of uses designed to make rural health care more effective and sustainable, the White House said. The program would supply $50 billion to rural hospitals and healthcare providers. In more news, the Guam Police Department has released new details about the suspect connected to Wednesday's lockdown at Agata Johnson Middle School. 22-year-old Michael Ray Angelo Guzman was arrested on more than 10 charges, including burglary, theft, and home invasion. Police say at around 8 a.m. on September 2nd, officers responded to a home invasion in Sinahanya where a vehicle was stolen. The suspect was not immediately located. On Wednesday, officers spotted the stolen vehicle in Ordot. Guzman fled on foot through Agata Johnson's campus, prompting the lockdown. He was later seen riding a bicycle on Route 4 before entering a sedan. Officers tracked him down at a Cachulas in Chalanpago, where he was taken into custody. According to GPD, Guzman has been arrested 5 times since January 2022. He is now confined at the Department of Corrections. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheese steaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Alrighty, Guam, let's go ahead and do this together. It's your first look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas station, download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, Guam, it looks like Route 3 is clear this morning. No delays along Route 3 till you get up and around Ukidu or GRMC, as well as Route 1. The only delays we have this morning is up and around Anderson Air Force Base or getting around Agafagumas around Santa Bernadita Church. That's going to be Machinana Elementary, so just a heads up on that side. Getting around the Micronesia Mall, nice and smooth. We see no delays there. Upper Tumon, we got a little delay at the JFK Kmart intersection. Happy Landing is nice and clear. No delays in Lower Tumon. It is changing up around the Tamuning area, like areas like the Ocapelas in Tamuning. We do have some delay there. Route 14, that's going to be Chalon, San Antonio. Getting up and around the Guam Premier Outlet, that's going to be GPO this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones, guys. No texting and driving. Do watch your speed limit. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Make sure that your seatbelt is fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. It's your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, hosted by Pauly Suba, all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Station.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
All right, welcome back, Biba Badness.
Right on. Was Dan DeLeon Guerrero on?
Yes, he was. It was
he
great.
He was what?
It was a great conversation, and that's all thanks to Dave Duenas, too, for making that happen.
That.
Last Friday? It was last Friday, right?
That's awesome.
So Dave was mentioning that Danny DeLeon Guerrero would be a great interview, right? And I said, you know what? Why don't you do it?
Okay.
So you take the first 2 hours.
All right.
You know him best, and that was a great idea because, to be honest with you, I don't think that I could have carried it on as good as Dave did with Danny DeLeon Guerrero. And the conversation that they had, and then going into songs like it, the acoustics in here are pretty good.
Okay.
I was impressed.
Right on.
Yeah,
that's what Reese the Beast was saying. She was
yes,
like, "Dude, you missed it. Daniel was on the radio."
So
like,
good.
What? I missed it.
So good, which allowed me to spend time with my daddy.
Okay. That's cool.
And
for
so
sure.
me and my brother were just hanging out with my dad, you know, and just loving up on him, and so I really appreciated that. And so it was like a win-win, you know, because our schedules don't always match, especially during the week.
I understand,
right?
Yeah.
And so to be able to just relax and take my time to get in here, which I ended up still coming in like at around like 2:30, but I just did some work and listened to the interview.
That's cool.
It was more. It was a conversation. It was it was a beautiful conversation about tomorrow music and his upbringing, his family. Yeah.
Man,
and the joy that he has in music, and he said that he's still learning every day, and he's even learning from the new generation of tomorrow speakers and singers. Right?
That's awesome. I would have stayed back. But I'm still in the building. I'm waiting for Daniel De Leon Guerrero's coming.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
That was last Friday. You can watch it. You can go back to YouTube. What was when I go back? We were still in August.
Okay. Wow.
We were still in August
So
when
this
this happened. It was just last Friday.
Week. Okay.
So you can go to the bright side on, let's see here, last Friday.
Yeah.
So that was the 29th.
Okay.
So just go on to Wave 105, Wave 105's YouTube channel. Search up the date or bright side August 29, and it should come up. Nice. All right. Obviously 2025 in case 2024 comes up.
Missed it.
But yeah. We didn't
Go
miss
back and watch
anything
it.
because thanks to YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and clip
Yeah.
it. I'm gonna clip through some stuff.
Yeah,
That's cool.
and that's the thing. That's what's great about tomorrow music, right? Especially here, because YouTube's like, oh, I think this is good, and they're not gonna take us down, right?
Moderators.
You know, I also want to celebrate
Let's do it.
Ukadu High School.
Let's go. I'm with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they were awarded yesterday with a free concert. Pauhana showed up at Ukadu.
Hey, nice.
Right?
Okay.
And so when you look at, why are we celebrating Ukadu? GDOE, proud to celebrate a historic moment of achievement and innovation as Ukadu earned the highest English language arts. It's the ELA test scores, and in the district. So not just in Guam, though. So it surpasses some states such as California, Oregon, and Washington. Their test scores were better than these states. Yes.
Great job. Excellent.
The milestone not only highlights the hard work and dedication of students and teachers, but also sets the stage for the launch of the school's new career and technical education grading system designed to better prepare students for future academic and career success. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. To mark this occasion, the Ukadu community came together for a school-wide celebration featuring a mini concert by Pauhana.
Hey.
I remember them when they were a kid. When I was a kid. Some of the songs in Pauhana, some of the songs I put on my mixtape. And I sent to some individuals back in middle school.
Who doesn't like
with the whole "I like you. Do you like me?" Check yes or no. Maybe this Pauhana song, 6th day of September, is gonna let us hang out together. Do you want to sit together at lunch?
How romantic, Pauly. So romantic.
Oh.
That's cool, though. That is
I got
really
rejected, though, which is fine. I got to work on my mixtape skills. Such is life.
Cool. Hey, Bebo Ukadu.
Still getting rejected today with my FOIAs.
Not the FOIAs.
Oh, getting rejected. When your FOIA gets rejected, it just takes me back to my childhood trauma. Rejected again.
Bang.
Shaquille O'Neal, SWAT.
He's a DJ now. Oh my God, what is he doing? Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah, he's a DJ now.
Oh, anybody? Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
wouldn't
like-
say it. It's still multitasking. It's
he's
and then transitioning that is a talent.
Yes,
It is
yes.
a talalt. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Go for it.
So the principal of Ukadu, Dr. Rita Flores, says this is more than a celebration of test scores. It's a celebration of our students' hard work, teacher, teachers' commitment and our community support. So this is what I want to do. Let's celebrate with Ukadu High School as well, or celebrate with GDOE, recognizing Ukadu. And so I want to, we'll do it now. Early bird gets the worm, 671-922-1051, 922-1051. Tell us name the mascot of Ukadu High School.
Ooh.
The first person. First caller. 671-922-1051. Hilton Resort?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we have.
Yes.
And so dinner for two at Hilton Resort Guam and Hilton Resort and Spa.
Let's go.
671-922-1051. Here's your opportunity to win 2 tickets to Hilton by just naming the mascot of Ukadu High School. You do that, we'll hook you up with the tickets, right? And so here's something else that I had a conversation with, and I'm not going to name them. I think they want to stay anonymous. I was talking to them over at the Governor Joseph Flores Park, Memorial Park on Labor Day, right? Epau Beach Park. Again, if you want to win the tickets, 671-922-1051. Name the mascot, the Ukadu High School mascot. You get it correct, we'll hook you up with those 2 tickets. But when I was having this conversation, the person I was talking to is a teacher at Ukadu. And so they were sharing some of, their successes of Ukadu and said, hey, I listen to you all the time. And so I was actually listening to the students at JFK and their concerns with the double session. But here's something that we might want to think about, because Ukadu is also in double session. We might want to look at how long our students are in school, because you might want to look at Ukadu. They also have a shortened day. And again, I want to keep them anonymous, this teacher, because they said the test scores for the regular schedule continue to be low at the other high schools that are not in double session.
Oh.
So that's something that you might want to look at. We have somebody on the line?
Ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Hafa Adai Wave 105 for the Hilton Resort and Spa tickets, dinner for 2. Name the mascot of Ukadu High School.
Bulldog.
The Bulldog. Biba. Yes, absolutely. Biba Ukadu High School. Biba, your first name?
Pardon?
You can lower your radio and then just tell me your first name.
Maria.
Maria, Biba Maria. You can put her on hold, or we're gonna put you on hold. Dice is now gonna talk to you and get you those tickets. So Maria, congratulations! You win dinner for 2 over at Hilton Resort and Spa, and then also we want to take this in, right? I enjoy celebrating the successes too. And absolutely, this is a huge success. And they, again, were treated to a mini concert with Pauhana, right? And so tomorrow is the 6th of September. That's, I don't even know the real name of that song. I just remember that one line, 6th day of September. They're going to be at Governor Joseph Flores Park, right, for their Pauhana concert. I think there's a free... I think you're going to be able to get like a tease of Pauhana tonight at the Crown, is it Plaza? Yeah, I think it's Crown Plaza Resort in Tumon, right? And so if you haven't heard, they have they have their own market, and it's free every Friday night. And I saw a flyer that said that Pauhana will be there tonight too. For how long, I'm not sure. And then if you go to the Hoggat Mayor's Office Instagram, there is a concert on Sunday night with a special appearance, right? Nettie C is hosting, right? And I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together. Sometimes 2 and 2 don't make 4, but I'm trying to make 4. Knowing that Pauhana is here in Guam, and then there's this free concert down in Hogget, and they are not, and they're saying that the headliner is a surprise. So, I mean, I'm guessing it's Pauly, but if it's Uncle Johnny Sablon, that's still a big deal. So I'm gonna be super excited to see either Uncle Johnny or Pauly, right? All right, so let's see here. But yeah, again, congratulations to Ukadu High School, that entire community, from the faculty, the staff, the parents, the teachers, and the students. And so that is something to look at too, right? Not necessarily going in double session, but looking at the amount of time students are in school, right? And so that was an issue with some John F. Kennedy High School students saying it's not necessarily the time that they're in, it's the time to get from one class to the next is limited in that big campus, but then they're going from one class instructional time for so long, short amount of time to get into the next class, and then more instructional time, and then another class, more instructional time, so early into the morning. And so if you look at if that's 3 to 4 hours straight of just full instructional time, that might not be advantageous, especially at that early in the day. So that was some of the concerns. And then they also said, they even pointed to a Harvard study that the brain doesn't actually start to really focus until a little bit later on in the day, and then also for how long. And we know that people's attention spans are a whole lot shortened today. Like, hard to keep people's attention for a certain amount of time. And I would say not just for the youth, not just for children, for adults too, in this new age of technology. How long can you keep somebody's attention? How long can you keep multiple people at attention, right? I was at BTAX. Shout outs to the Bulls.
Let's go.
I was at BTAX presenting on media on Wednesday. I forget now. Yeah, Wednesday, not yesterday, Wednesday. And I spoke in front of about 100 students. I was overwhelmed.
Wow.
I was overwhelmed. And thank goodness I knew that I was walking into about 100 students. I've gone to Career Day.
Okay.
A number of times since I started in media years ago, before COVID. I've done Career Day in Zoom during COVID too. But I have never spoken to that many students at one time for a long period of time. I think an hour. I've gone to rallies, and those are different. Pep rallies, spoken to an entire student body at a rally, but that's different. Presenting about what I do in media for an hour to 100 students. It was a challenge. And so I knew right away that you got to make it short and sweet. You got to just get through your presentation, hit the points in your don't do death by PowerPoint, but hit them with the data and the statistics, give them visual, show them something that they can see, and then create an exercise. Have them contribute, have them participate. And so what I did was I asked them to come up with a fictional character that they would like to interview. Right. And so they picked Mickey Mouse, Batman, Spider-Man.
Cool.
The grandma. Apparently, the grandma in the Croods is super popular.
Love her.
Yeah? So they wanted to interview her. They were very creative, right? And I told them, you can use AI.
Good job, guys.
At SpongeBob SquarePants, what's the secret sauce? Right? How much do you get paid? Right? So I asked them to come up with a fictional character, get in your circles, and do some research of this fictional character, because that's what I do. I do some research before they come in, and we talk to them just so I can kind of better understand, at least on the surface level, of who am I talking to, right? And so they do that, and then I said, okay, and now come up with some prompts. Come up with some questions that you would like to know about this individual. And so they did that too. And then they presented I presented for maybe 10 minutes at best. And then the rest of the time was an exercise. And I have to say, I have huge respect for anybody that teaches. If you are a teacher, especially big groups, I commend you, because there's, I am so grateful that I'm doing this, that I am here. And so I have even more respect for teachers and those that are in education, because it's not easy to keep the attention of even 10 students, let alone 100, right? But this was only for a presentation, understanding they're not teaching 100 students all at one time. But I want to thank Josh Cepeda of BTAX. He was there, and he made sure that everything flowed right, and demanded the attention when I presented, and I really appreciate him. And again, BTAX, and then all of anybody that has anything to do with teaching, I respect you 1,000%. 7 o'clock on the dot. On the other side, we're going to be speaking to the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor Jesse Allig, after these. KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is facing a grilling by lawmakers over the administration's policies on vaccines and the recent ouster of CDC officials.
We are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job. This was their job to keep us healthy.
Thank you.
And I need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
President Trump's nominee to join the Federal Reserve Board of Governors has been facing some questions about his independence. Linda Kenyon reports.
Senior White House economic advisor Stephen Myron told senators he plans to take unpaid leave instead of resigning from the White House if he's confirmed to fill a short-term role at the Federal Reserve. The Fed is supposed to be independent from the White House, so his answer has raised some concerns. President Trump has been an outspoken critic of the Fed and Chairman Jerome Powell and has pressured them to lower interest rates.
The District of Columbia has sued to stop Trump's deployment of the National Guard. The Attorney General says it amounts to an involuntary military occupation of Washington. There was a meeting today of European leaders to discuss security for Ukraine after a ceasefire. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, was there and held a private meeting with Ukraine's president afterwards. CBS's Robert Costa spoke to Trump last night about his strategy.
At this point, he is watching. He said not only what the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, and the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, are doing, but what European leaders are doing. And my sources inside the Trump White House add that President Trump wants to see what explicitly is put on the table by our European allies when it comes to financials, when it comes to troop movements, if any. So the White House is really watching to see what's possible should these negotiations ever get sparked to bring Putin and Zelensky together.
The Israeli military is moving ahead with its new offensive in Gaza City, but reporter Robert Berger tells us it's slow going because so many civilians refuse to leave.
According to Palestinian eyewitnesses, there are tanks just a few miles now from the center of Gaza City, but only 80,000 or so Palestinians have moved out of a population of 1 million. The army wants them all to move out, but people are very reluctant to do that.
Israel's foreign minister said today his government would not agree to a visit by the French president as long as President Macron plans to recognize a Palestinian state. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell again this week. It's at 6.5%. That's the lowest since last October. On Wall Street, stocks are higher today. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
NFL viewers will notice something different this season on the league's popular Red Zone channel.
It's long been billed as 7 hours of commercial-free football.
Hungry for some excitement, enthusiasm, entertainment?
But NFL Red Zone host Scott Hansen tells the Pat McAfee Show a limited number of ads will air on the channel that captures every scoring play of every game.
We will not miss a touchdown. We will not say, oh, okay, this is 1st and goal from the 5, but let's sell some pizza or pick up trucks.
The ads will air in a double box format with a commercial and its audio in one and game action in the other. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The NBA is close to finalizing another new format for this season's All-Star game that would include 2 8-man teams from the U.S. and 1 8-man team composed of international players squaring off in a round-robin tournament. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It is a Friday morning here on the Wave 105 FM. You are tuned in. This is Mornings with Patti, hosted by Pauly Suba this morning. 6 minutes after 7 o'clock, and the show is proudly brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Patch Tinting and Detailing, GTA. We start with you. The Medical City, where patients are partners. Sherwin-Williams Paints. Wise Owl Animal Hospital, the wise choice in animal care. Subway, eat fresh. Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Your local headlines for you right now with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Landon Idlet of the National Weather Service in Teason, brought to you by McDonald's. It is fall season at McDonald's. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in. It is for a limited time, and it's only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Senator Jesse Lujan, chair of the legislature's Committee on Transportation and Tourism, is asking the U.S. Customs and Border Protection to exempt Guam from President Trump's suspending duty-free de minimis treatment for all countries executive order. The executive order, signed July 30th, eliminates de minimis treatment for imports from certain countries of concern. Lujan says applying it to Guam would drive up prices, disrupt small businesses, and burden families, since the island imports nearly 90% of all of its goods. He also pointed to potential impacts on service members who rely on the same shipping channels as residents. In his letter, Lujan urged CBP to issue guidance confirming a territorial exemption and to consult with Guam's elected leaders. He said that Guam is not asking for handouts, but fairness, warning the policy could cause unintended harm to U.S. citizens on the island. In more news, yesterday morning, the George Washington High School went into lockdown after reports of an irate student with a knife was made to the Guam Police Department. According to the Guam Department of Education spokesperson, Damon Borja, The student in question was not on the GW campus, and the lockdown was lifted about 10 minutes per GPD's guidance. GPD spokesperson Norman Analista said that the department received a call around 8:19 that morning regarding a disturbance at a store in Manilao involving one male with a knife. Another caller reported that a male in a GW uniform was reportedly heard yelling in the street. Upon arrival, GPD did not find a disturbance, and the department could not confirm if the two reported incidents were related. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Good morning, Guam. This is Landon Idle with your TGIF National Weather Service forecast for Friday, September 5th. Expect a mix of sun, showers, and isolated thunderstorms today as a surface trough pushes through the region just to our south. You want to keep the sunglasses and an umbrella handy today as we wrap up the work week. The persistent tropical upper tropospheric trough, or the TUT, will keep the atmosphere primed for some of our showers today to be locally heavy today and tonight. We'll likely see similar conditions to carry us through at least Saturday night. Out on the waters, expect light to gentle winds and combined seas of 2 to 4 feet through the weekend. Surf conditions will be favorable with a low risk of rip currents. If you're out and about, always remember lightning safety. When thunder roars, get indoors. Visit the National Weather Service on the web at weather.gov/GUM for the latest regional weather forecasts and conditions. And as September is National Preparedness Month, visit ready.gov/September to learn about disaster preparedness and what you can do to ensure you and your family are prepared.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, guys. Let's go ahead and do this really quick. It's a Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com. And Mobile Gas Station. Hey, good morning. Going out to our friends at Mobile Gas Station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. That's Mobile Gas Station. Hitting the streets right now, we're going to take a look at the southern end of the island around that naval base, Big Navy, this morning. It does look like traffic is picking up at the main gate. Up and around PD, we do have some north and both southbound traffic getting around the Guam Veterans Cemetery or Jose Rios Middle School. You'll find a little delay. After that, it's going to be smooth sailing around 76 Circle K. Getting around day by day should be nice and easy for you. The Ashen National Park, no delays there. Coming up and around Anigua, it's also nice and clear. Hagåtña is light this morning. We do, however, still have school buses that are making rounds. Our friends at the Guam Police Department have also been busy, so please, guys, watch your speed limit. It is a Friday. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Stations.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafa Adai, si Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Espaço Daddy Nangatu. Espaço Daddy Nangatu. Daddy Soga Sona Falologu.
All right, welcome back. Biba Betness. Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo, rolling with dice. To the phone lines we go. Speaking of Pika's best, right? The undisputed, undefeated, from the village of PT, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Jesse Alec.
Red
carpet.
You're so funny. Hi, Adai. Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai, senor.
Wow, that's great. Early in the morning, you're good.
As soon as I walk in the door, everything about Dice is contagious, so I instantly just have this like energy that just can't be withheld in my body. My body is just trembling with energy.
Well, that's a good thing. You call her, and she is exactly that.
Yeah, and so now, I don't know how to even control myself at this point because I got Dice behind the window, and then I've got Mayor Jesse Alec with all of the positive vibes from him as well on the phone, and so this is gonna. We always have fun with you, Mayor Alec. I appreciate the conversations that we have with you because we get a lot of great information from the council through you, and then also just your personality is just resonates.
You are Pika's best.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
So,
oh my God.
Now to the serious stuff. Why do you not want to keep the recycling fund program? Mayors, don't you know it's your job?
Yeah, don't you know it's your job exactly? That's it's so crazy because we've gone almost one fiscal year without any of that money, without having to use it. And, the honest truth is everyone's still alive. And is it our mandate? And I think you're going to hear that from me all the time because is it really our mandate to do all of that? Right? Because it's $1.5 million every fiscal year. Certainly we are, we have our maintenance workers and we're supposed to maintain the village streets and so forth. But at the end of the day, it should probably revert to EPA, and EPA and DPW should have that conversation. Because if you take a look at the law, it's DPW who is charged with removing abandoned vehicles. And that was the law that was passed, I think, in the 37th or the 36th. And so if that's the case, then that recycling revolving fund money should be reallocated to DPW so that DPW can do its perform its responsibilities and adhere to the mandate.
Right.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, so then that's kind of, and it has come up before. It wasn't, I know Mayor TC brought it up, but it has come up before. It has surfaced when Mayor Savaris was the president, and we had discussed the options of just getting rid of the program because it was just so cumbersome for us at the time because we just, we're like 19 different agencies, small agencies within one that has to function. And, it just is, now it's different because we have employees who are moduled in procurement. And so then at least I feel safer that the way we're proceeding with our procurement is, adheres to the law. But because that's so, it's even slower, to get anything out because we have to, we did everything out. We have to we're following a certain process that requires determination of need, requires proper market research, and, there's a level playing field for everyone. The issue is that there's just so much money that needs to get spent, and it has to go through this process that it's protested.
Right.
So because it's protested, everything stops.
Right.
And nothing in that amount, in that fund that portion of the fund can be spent. So like every other government agency, we're faced with this procurement protest, or we're faced with this procurement issue that just is going to stop us. So everybody can still be screaming about picking up all this junk, but at the end of the day, it's procurement, and it is. And so I was interviewed yesterday by an individual, and I said, well, I don't know, maybe you should consider your story being GovGuam procurement, and maybe perhaps we should consider revisiting GovGuam procurement, and it has come up many, many times, and there was even a session at the Hyatt.
Yes,
there was this one time, right?
Procurement forum.
Right. And so it's like, it is. That's what ties us down. And so I told the individual, I said, well, you look at, and apparently he was new because he didn't.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. It's okay. Uriah of Guam PDN. I saw him in the video, in the footage.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. I like the guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I told, he was, he really was trying to get to the bottom of it. And I was like, hey, well, you know what? Honestly, you look at everybody else. You look at GMH, look at GDOE. Everybody's having this procurement protest of some sort, and that's where we're at right now.
Right.
And with the amount of money that we have, like I said.
So what is the concern, though, from the mayors? Because from what I was hearing is delays in this recycling revolving fund, like nothing's being picked up for longer than 3 months, and so it's just sitting in your mayor, behind your mayor's offices and whatnot.
Some are, yeah. But we're not permitted to stage anything.
Right.
So I wouldn't say that we're staging any, we're staging any waste or any recyclables because without a proper permit, you're not allowed to stage anything.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's always been, and for me, I have a list of people that we need to pick all this stuff up, but I'm not going to accept it at my office because, again, we're not permitted.
Yeah.
So then do you get permitted to do it, right? And we are in times of disaster and emergency, but other than that, we're not. You can't stage these things for whatever reasons EPA has, right? Mm-hmm. And so it really does seem like the better option to say, well, okay, let's revisit this. I mean, we have 1.5 for fiscal 26.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to, use it. We're going to have to go through this process once more. But I think from here on out, considering fiscal 27, it might be the possibility.
Revisit. You might so I understand that you're going to your director is going to be in front of Guam EPA late this month or next month, and that is why you're going to discuss this further in a special meeting on September 24th?
That's correct. And so she's probably not going to appear because it's the last. I think it's the fourth Thursday of the month, and it's not going to be enough time for her to prepare to appear in front of the board.
Okay.
But it'll probably be in October if the board permits it. But the issue now for fiscal 26 is the operations plan, because we already have the money by law. Well, we don't, right? Depending on what happens
you're
to
waiting
the budget
on the
bill.
governor, right, today to take action, and that's why you want to see on September 24th to sit down with the rest of your mayors to decide how they want to move forward to keep this program or not, right? Or even like line items, some things, not just with that program, but also with your SOP, from my understanding.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly. That's it. And so, if we are given this 1.5 by law and everything goes as planned, then we're going to have to figure out this operations plan. And I think maybe the operations plan will be will propose a different plan to make it easier, and it could perhaps involve other agencies. Right, instead of because the money's already given to the Mayor's Council of Guam if it becomes law.
Sure.
So that's the plan, and I'm glad. Once in a while, I'll poke into it and I'll say, well, this is what we should probably do. But I'm glad that there are other members that will proffer some proposal so that it's not just me trying to make a move on something different. But I support it. I support it because I could see the toll it is taking on our staff. Yeah. And it's
well, that's Mayor TC of Inalahan who says the program is too burdensome for the mayors, creating unrealistic expectations from residents. So he's suggesting that the recycling program be returned to EPA to manage directly. Correct,
right, and that's what I'm saying. It's he did bring it up, and I'm glad he brought it up because that's kind of why I wanted to talk about the board meeting, because they have to remember. Our members need to know that we're submitting this operations and expenditure plan to the board for approval. So what is it that we're submitting, and are you all kosher? Is this going to be what you want? Because we can make a change to this, if as long as we agree. And Mayor Hoffman can also talk about it because, like I said, when Mayor Savares was the president, between Mayor Savares, Mayor Hoffman, and myself, we thought many times to say, well, I think we need to give this up, or we need to figure out another way to manage the program, the funds. And one of the other things that was proffered several terms ago was perhaps having a station, in three parts of the island where residents would just bring their stuff their junk to that location. But then there's the issue with transportation, right, and what have you. So, yeah, we've definitely thought about other options, but I'm glad we're going to bring it up again and figure out what's going to be good for everyone.
Sure.
Whether the board accepts the plan, a new plan is another thing. So we'll know more, hopefully. Well, we will know more on the 24th for sure.
From my understanding, $1.5 million might not be enough, but so the question is saying, well, you haven't even used the last fiscal, it's lapsing over. But again, it points back to the procurement process, and when a company protests, it halts everything and creates bottlenecks and delays and frustration, and then it goes right down to the resident calling your office saying, well, I have all of these things, why haven't you picked it up yet?
Yes, for sure. Okay. And that's really it. And it's terrible that we're using that excuse, because when I hear it, I'm rolling my eyes, and it's us. Everyone's rolling their eyes, right? So there really isn't anything we can do until that hearing is done, and the OPA makes a decision on that on that protest.
Because again, you can pick it up, but now you're going to be in trouble from Guam EPA for staging because you don't have the right paperwork to stage.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, understood.
Correct.
What about your automation okay. Oh, sorry. If you wanted to clarify some.
Well, I want to add to that. Even if we were permitted to do it, I wouldn't do it simply because there's no other mechanism to dispose it. Right? But what if we weren't able to use the 1.5 at all for whatever reason, and we're EPA says, okay, you can use this section of property to accept, items A, B, and C, but then we're going to end up having to use our operations money to get rid of all that. That doesn't make sense. It's just not,
And that was why I say I don't even know if the 1.5 is enough. However, the argument is, well, of course it's enough because you haven't even spent it. But that's not. It's not because you don't know how to spend it. It's because of the protests.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Understood.
All right. Okay. Automation. Yes.
Automation project. If you can help us out, how is that going to help? Because this is a conversation that has been had not just within the council, but with many agencies. DRT to better streamline some things, right? So that way we can serve our residents and our community better.
Yeah, for sure. So when we hired the new executive director, that was one of the items, one of our top items, because we, between our admin office and our 19 district offices, we're not networked. We don't communicate properly when it comes to our documents, and everything is manual, including our procurement. And so I do have to blame it on us for not stepping up with the times, keeping up with the times, and making sure that we have, the necessary tools and resources to ensure that our staff work efficiently. So I have been speaking with the executive director to ensure that, I'm so scared to talk a lot about it because it's going procurement. And if I say something, I don't want to put it on hold. And then DBMR and the legislature are going to say, well, you have $300,000 left. Well, yeah, because it's going to...
Well, maybe you can share with our...
I shouldn't have said it.
Can you just share with our audience and for me to better understand what is this automation software what does it do?
At the very basic for the village level, it's residency verifications that can be accessed instantaneously and sent without having to retype and print and seal and scan and so forth. And then it also will allow the district office to report we will track all reports that are made to the office. Whatever type of emergency, whatever type of concern, all of that will be tracked. And then there's, we're going to be able to have a timeline on when it was reported, what was the action, perhaps the final disposition, or the remedy, or so on and so forth. But at least everything is tracked so that services are rendered properly, and that we know who repaired what hole and who we need to go and collect our change from, and so forth. And then we're also wanting it to be easier for the district staff to submit requests for procurement to the admin office.
Understood.
Without having to do all the paperwork, everything would be automated. On the admin office side, it's to receive all of that, all of those requests in a manner that can be tracked, and then it's also for the admin office to be able to run their procurement documents in in 2025 rather than in 1980.
Right.
And so it basically is that. And so they're all on Excel spreadsheets, which is, that's dated.
Yeah.
And, something could go wrong. Everything is done typed manually. So it really is that. And then it would also include inventory. Everything is manual, including our inventory, our master inventory list. And so that would also help the admin office work efficiently with the district office with, inventory management.
Does that also help mayors with user fees and whatnot when that gets streamlined?
Oh, I didn't even consider that. I'll tell you, I'm not a fan of the user fee.
Okay,
got
it. Understood.
The reason why I say that is because when you take a look at, and I'm the minority for sure in that, the majority will want the user fee. But you have to remember, when you start to charge a resident for, just like that amount of money, and you go to the legislature and you ask for X amount as well, you have to consider, what are you doing with that money, and how much of that are you using towards that facility? Is that, is it absolutely necessary that you're charging the amount that is being proposed? If it's a $50 nominal fee that just for whatever security deposit or whatever, perhaps, right? But when you're looking at hundreds of dollars, that becomes, I think we'd have to reconsider that. But I just feel like we should be able to use facilities a little more freely, understanding that there was a cost, right, to build like Sinahanya for sure, right? The cost to get the art center up is definitely an issue, and then the cost to run it, right? Because you have this large air conditioning system, you have the lighting system. So in that case, I certainly would consider, some kind of fee, but there's a lot that I'd really have to rethink. But how it is integrated into this automation is not anything that I've considered. But perhaps we can, and maybe the executive director has, but as far as I know, it's not anything that we've considered making it a part of that.
The only reason why I ask is because chairs wear and tear and canopies wear out as well when you ask to use these from the mayor's offices. And so I'm aware of how small your budget is. And so where does the money come from to replace these chairs and canopies? Because those are usually the two big things, and tables that people request for.
I'm going to say that is definitely so. You're going to make me real unpopular, but that's why I don't. We have a limited number of chairs and canopies for our events and for the meetings that we hold. We don't have, in PD, I don't have hundreds of chairs and, multiple canopies and, hundreds of tables because, one, I don't have storage, but two, when they break, who's going to, how am I going to replace it when that's such a large chunk of, our budget?
Yeah,
and so my deal is, man, if you're going to have a party, make sure you have money to rent. Basically.
I understand. I think families, from what I've experienced, the more the merrier. So they'll rent from these private companies, right, for chairs and tables.
Yeah.
But then they'll also reach out to their mayor and say, any tables and chairs can we use for this party? And how do you say no to rosaries and funerals?
Oh, for sure. Now that's different, but times have changed. And you know what? When in the 90s, you definitely had to have all of that, including Cascal, and you need to make sure that you have a backhoe or something because you're going to clear, property because they're having the bela or they're having the Lisazun Guma and everything is at the house. So you want to support the bereaved family with those types of things, but you don't really see that happening too much anymore. I think perhaps the most they'll need are chairs at the church if or at the funeral home because they just need additional seating. But certainly, again, everyone has a different view on it, and so part of the user fee is that the rental of those things, and I don't want to do that. I don't agree, and if that's the case, then we're not like Alec Rental Services, So I don't want to I don't want to do that. If we can give it, then we should just loan it. But if we can't, then it's just not available. I don't feel like we should charge for it, for those types of things, because if the family could afford it, they'd go and rent it probably. And I definitely would have enough for a rosary or Lizalza at home that's not so big. I could support that, and I have no issues with it. So yeah, like I said, everyone has a different view on it. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure if charging is going to make a dent in our budget when you calculate it all.
Understood. And then later on in your meeting, and so some concerns about the budget. Did you get enough? Did you not? You also appreciate senators like Senator Joseph Augustine for their amendment. I think Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, Terlai, and Senator Sabrina Salas-Mentanani on their amendments to add on to the budget. So there were concerns that from Mayor TC again, that he felt that you did such a great job. And I say, yes, absolutely. I watched your budget hearing. And as a council, you really shared the concerns and the challenges that mayors face advocating for $20 million, did not get that. However, this is where we are today. And so when you also look at where GDOE is saying that their budget is also disastrous, and they constantly, reach out to the mayors to help them with maintenance costs. I mean, you only have a limited amount of maintenance workers. And so how does that all work out in this fiscal year moving forward? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but realistically, how can this all work to continue to do things that you're mandated to do and not mandated to do, but also looked at to do?
Yeah. I mean, I was just scratching my head again, like, well, okay, see, this is what we have to deal with. And then earlier, before that discussion, Mayor BJ makes his report on the GDOE board, and what is the one thing he talks about is grass maintenance. And when he started talking about it, I thought, oh boy, here we go, right? And so the thing is, yeah, we complain all the time, and we always talk about how we're shortchanged and we don't have enough, but we're going to make it work somehow. We'll figure it out. A lot of times it does come out of pocket, and that's what a lot of people don't realize, that sometimes when you're out of fuel, you have to pay out of pocket, and the bureaucracy of our operations, when it's related to the fuel cards, I mean, that's huge. Oh my gosh. I'm sure if a large company, private company, was issuing fuel cards, it would not be issuing fuel cards the same way the Guam issues fuel cards. And it's just the most, really the process, and that's why I call it bureaucratic. But so really what it is for us is that when I knew that our 21 million request was not even going to be entertained, and it went down to 16 million, I just need to make sure that we could pay our everything, and that was going to be our utilities, because they will disconnect us, our rent, because our rent comes, we have our admin office that needs space, and of course personnel, right? And so personnel is a large chunk of that. And I cannot, of all the agencies, I cannot say that we have an inflated budget for personnel, because we talk about it all the time. Even Mary Rhodes knows that we only have, five maintenance workers each village, and you imagine what they have to actually do day in and day out, and sometimes 7 days a week. And that's why we employ unclassified, because even our office staff have to go out and pitch a canopy and so forth. But really, I just feel like I understand Mayor TC's frustration, and Mayor TC has been an advocate for our budget since the moment I met him, and his first term. I'm kind of in the middle, right, where I feel like, well, you're going to give us what you're going to give us because that's the climate there in that legislature. And, I always know that the governor will support the mayors in some way if there was a need. So, do I run to mom if I need it? Of course. And that's kind of our saving grace. Right. And not only that Governor Liu has been supportive, but I'm sure that any other governor would be supportive of the mayor, of the mayor's council. But I also feel that there are limitations. Right. There you have to also, if everyone else is cutting, then you should cut. Do I agree that we were cut from 21 to 16? Of course not, because you're going to expect us to do more with the same or even less. And, but again, we stepped into this fire. We knew what we were doing by running for office, and we knew that it was going to be an uphill battle no matter who the legislature was or who the governor was, because, it's just that the government, that's how the government is. And the government's not going to just give you what you want because you say you want it. My thing with this budget is if it should pass and we get the $2 million that was the amendment, the additional $2 million, then I really want to be able to hold everybody responsible for an accurate justification of this additional money, because we cannot simply say we're cutting grass. We cannot simply say we're doing DPW's work. We have to document, and we have to show proof that this additional money that was used, if it's approved for operations, that it was used for these concrete reasons. And I'm not a fan of building. I'm not, because we're the worst, because building, but no maintenance. And then where do you get your maintenance money? You're going to rob Peter to pay Paul again. So I'm hoping, and I cannot tell the mayor what to do, but I'm hoping that my colleagues, if again, all should pass as we anticipated, that, they'll be able to figure out how this money can be properly used this fiscal year, whether it's, and then if it's programs, because you'll have some villages that have just wonderful programs for their communities. And if it's improving those programs, then let's let everybody know about it. Let's show the senators, let's show the governor that these programs are not only great, but they're working. And how are they working, right? Prove how they're working. Because we're always talking about what's Agency A doing with, this issue, and what's Agency B doing with this issue? Why are they not coming out to us? But if you have the means to do it, and you have the resources, then let's go show them why we're so important. Let's go show them why this additional money was so absolutely necessary. Again, I don't run their offices, but it's certainly going to be something that I'll ask. The other thing is maintenance, right? When you talk about potholes and that, all of that stuff is real expensive. So I can already see how a lot of that money would be used to do that work, because asphalt is just, repairing roads are expensive for us because we don't have any contract. But if we have to do it ourselves manually, it's just a big expense. So I could see where the money's going to go. I just need to make sure that I really would like to see every mayor be real accountable for that additional money, just so that we can say that, hey, look, we asked for this amount, you ended up giving us less, but we were still able to make this happen. But if you gave us this amount, this is what else we could have done, right? This is how we could have improved our communities, whether it's maintenance or whether it's program-wise, whatever it is. And then, of course, you have the tourism aspect, right? And that how do we play a part in keeping Guam clean, at least, right? If that's the one thing that we're going to do. And that just costs money. And when you talk about security in the facilities, we are the security. They think that we're 911. I mean, you do not understand. Some things that you should call the police for, they call us. I just question it. Some of them I think, man, where's the common sense here? I have a badge, but I don't have a gun. You better call 911, or you better call the GPD, because they're the ones who are going to go out and make assess whatever is the issue. And I use that as security because the additional money is going to allow us to open up more facilities over the weekend, perhaps longer, even at night, because we could repair lights. Some facilities have broken lights for various reasons. Even after Mawar, that's another story, right? With FEMA money and projects that have not yet been completed. So there's a myriad of things and issues that each mayor could actually accomplish with additional money. But I'm hoping that it'll, like I said, just this budget, even though it was lower than what we requested for, there's still an opportunity for each district office to, improve their service, or their have better goals for fiscal 26, or achieve their goals in fiscal 26. The budget will not address the larger issues from the main office when we talked about heavy equipment and additional vehicles. Because of that, I think we were able to. Well, I'll give you a surprise later. I'll tell you later. You'll be the first to know.
Okay, thank you. Well,
yeah.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to, because today we laid to rest Mayor Paul McDonald.
Oh, yes.
And so the state funeral took place 2 days ago. We actually played a little bit of the eulogy from Governor Carl Gutierrez, and we're in receipt of your press release on the day of. And so I just wanted to, in closing, just give you the opportunity to share what Mayor Paul McDonald meant to you and to the island of Guam.
The one thing, thank you, I appreciate it. I think the one word that is resounding after his death that I just had to really contemplate was fierce. And he was fierce because he always fought for the mayor's office, for his district office, but then he always fought for equality among the mayors. And that's the one thing that I will always remember about him. And when someone was going to get something or another agency, he was the first to say, well, okay, what about us? And he would not let down. He would continually, just prod and ask and just everything to get, what he felt we deserved as a council. My personal experience with him was that he was definitely a mentor and a guide. When I decided I was running in 2016 for mayor, he was the first person to come to me to offer his assistance and to just give me some advice, and I really felt that he really had it in his heart to improve the council so that what we do is truly in service of the people. And he always fought hard, and that's why I say he's fierce, because I'll always remember him as that mayor and that president that just always looked out for all of us. And so certainly we all had our time with him. He was absolutely hilarious at times. And then there are times where he just told us to our face how crazy you were. But we're definitely going to miss him. And I'm happy that I was able to be a part of the state memorial, and I'll be heading to his funeral today too. So we're certainly going to miss him. The one thing too that I must say is that his family, Mayor McDonald, would not be the mayor that he was without his family. His family supported him through everything, and they deserve equal thanks, because it takes a lot to be an elected official. It takes a lot to be someone, out there standing up for the people. And so to Elaine and to the children, I thank them as well for giving us Mayor McDonald and for supporting him in his work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to once again speak with you in depth on so many of these issues. I greatly appreciate this.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay.
It's always a pleasure as well.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Have a good day. Adios.
President of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor of Patti, and Pika's best year after year, hands down and hands up too. 7:54 in the morning. We got to take this break, right? Wave 105.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Alrighty, guys, let's go ahead and hit the streets really quick. Another look at your Real Deal traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO, or check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com, as well as Mobile Gas Station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, we're going to take a trip around Hagåtña this morning. It does look like traffic is beginning to pick up. For those of you outside of the Chamorro Village around the Paseo Loop area, we do have some north and both southbound traffic, as well as the Superior Court of Guam. We got additional delays there. The Hagåtña Shopping Center, north and both southbound traffic getting up and around that area. Moving around Sinahaña this morning, we got additional delays, and you're going to find that getting around the Ada's Mortuary this morning, or flooring into Ordot. We got the Costules Express picking up some north and southbound there. Getting around Jotnya this morning is light. Talafofo, we don't have any delays there. However, Route 10, we do have north and both southbound delays. Getting around Payless in Barrigado. GW, as well as Jamaican Grill, we got some north and southbound delays there. After that, it's going to be smooth sailing on Route 10 till you get around Antolon Middle School or Wendy's in Barrigada. It is a Friday morning on the streets of Guam. We would like to remind and encourage all the motorists, watch your speed limit, eyes on the roads, no texting and driving. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. This is your Real Deal traffic report for Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, hosted by Pauly Suba. Brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Stations.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow or working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
All right, Viva Badness! Welcome back. Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo. On the other side of the CBS News, we're going to be speaking to Senator Will Parkinson, right? Because next week, Wednesday, they are scheduling a town hall meeting on political status. And so at the Gigo Senior Citizens Center will be the task forces. So you'll have independence, free association, and statehood. And so we'll have a conversation with Senator Will Parkinson, and then right after, at the bottom of the hour, we will also reach out to the director of the Commission on Decolonization, Melvin Wampat Borja, on a couple of things, right? Obviously, this town hall meeting, what it means to have one of these out in the public, and so to provide an educational opportunity. What does Guam look like with any of these three statuses? What could it look like? It really does come down to being a visionary, right? Because when I think about it's going to be hard. It is hard, right? And it is overwhelming. It is challenging. There are many obstacles. We are getting in our own way when it comes to this too. And so we have to look to people that are experts on this, that have been doing this work. We don't always agree, and here's an opportunity to listen and then also share your perspective, the challenges you're facing, so that they can better understand you too. But I agree, it is daunting. But there are people that have been driven by research and data, and then there's also the injustice part of it all. And so it's an opportunity for the community to listen and then also discuss and share too. Again, it's next week, and so we're basically carving out the entire hour on this with next hour. With Senator Will Parkinson and Melvin Wampat Borja right here on Mornings with Patti. So we'll get to that very soon. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was before lawmakers today defending the ouster of CDC officials and the administration's vaccine policies. The questions were heated. Washington Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell.
You canceled $500 million of research because the mRNA technology is about continuing the research to be ready for the next flu, influenza, the next pandemic, and you have to do the research. I'm happy to have a detailed discussion with you about it. You're so wrong on your facts. You're interrupting me, and sir, you're a charlatan.
President Trump's nominee to join the Federal Reserve Board faced some tough questions about his independence. Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Dr. Myron, you have made clear that you will do or say whatever Donald Trump wants you to do or say, and that may work in a political position, but it takes an axe to fed independence and will make life far more expensive for American families.
CBS's Jake Rosen reports Washington, D.C. has filed suit over the administration's deployment of National Guard troops.
This tees up another legal battle. The D.C. Attorney General is citing this Los Angeles decision, saying that the way that the National Guard have been deployed here is inappropriate. Obviously, it took a couple of months to get that decision out of Los Angeles, but as the Trump administration teases sending the National Guard into places like Baltimore, New Orleans, Chicago, certainly something to keep an eye on, setting up yet another high-stakes battle about what President Trump's authority is in using the National Guard and how they're used once they're officially rolled out on the ground.
Northwestern University President Michael Schill says he will resign. The Trump administration froze federal funding over the university's response to campus protests. Schill says it's critical that the university's research mission be protected, as well as its academic independence. In Paris, European leaders met to discuss Ukraine security after a ceasefire deal. CBS's Natalie Brand reports.
Zelensky on social media, in speaking about this meeting, said that they discussed in detail each country's readiness to make a contribution to ensuring security on land, at sea, in the air, and in cyberspace. And he also said that the leaders share the same view that Russia is making every effort to drag out the negotiation process and prolong the war. European leaders saying Putin cannot be trusted.
Fashion designer Giorgio Armani has died. He was 91 years old. He dressed some of the biggest celebrities in the world for red carpet appearances. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher, the Dow up nearly 300. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today.
Call 1-800-602-9900.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
A woman's hand signal helped save her from a domestic violence suspect in Los Angeles. CBS's Michael Wallace reports.
The woman was at a convenience store in Alhambra when she tucked her thumb into her palm and trapped her thumb with her fingers. Someone noticed and called 911. Police questioned the man the woman was with.
You're under arrest. Can you stand up for me, please?
He tried to run, but was quickly caught. Police say he had a stun gun. Carmen McDonald with the Survivor Justice Center is so glad the hand signal worked.
And the fact that someone understood what the message was is amazing to me.
The suspect has a long rap sheet. He's being held without bail. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A Moroccan court has sentenced a feminist activist to 2.5 years in prison for blasphemy. The case stems from a T-shirt she wore in a selfie that was posted online. She insists she never meant to offend Islam, and the T-shirt slogan, she says, has long been used to fight violence toward women. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Keeping you informed with the best. Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone. It's a Friday morning, 6 minutes after 8 o'clock. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam and treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie or pumpkin spice latte or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in. It's for a limited time at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Following reports regarding Guam's exclusion from the Trump administration's Rural Health Transformation Program, Guam's congressional delegate James Moylan said that Guam was not excluded due to oversight or neglect. Moylan said that the program was created to address Medicaid reductions that apply only to the 50 states. Guam and other U.S. territories are not subject to those reductions, he said in a statement yesterday. The Rural Health Transformation Program would provide funding to states for a range of uses designed to make rural health care more effective and sustainable, the White House said. The program would supply $50 billion to rural hospitals and healthcare providers. In more news, the Guam Police Department has released new details about the suspect connected to Wednesday's lockdown at Agueda Johnson Middle School. 22-year-old Michael Ray Angelo Guzman was arrested on more than 10 charges, including burglary, theft, and home invasion. Police say at around 8 a.m. on September 2nd, officers responded to a home invasion in Sinajana where a vehicle was stolen. The suspect was not immediately located. On Wednesday, officers spotted the stolen vehicle in Ordot. Guzman fled on foot through Agata Johnston's campus, prompting the lockdown. He was later seen riding a bicycle on Route 4 before entering a sedan. Officers tracked him down at a Cautiles in Chalanpago, where he was taken into custody. According to GPD, Guzman has been arrested 5 times since January 2022. He is now confined at the Department of Corrections. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Good morning, Guam. This is Landon Idle with your TGIF National Weather Service forecast for Friday, September 5th. Expecting mix of sun, showers, and isolated thunderstorms today as a surface trough pushes through the region just to our south. You want to keep the sunglasses and an umbrella handy today as we wrap up the work week. The persistent tropical upper tropospheric trough, or the TUT, will keep the atmosphere primed for some of our showers today to be locally heavy today and tonight. We'll likely see similar conditions to carry us through at least Saturday night. Out on the waters, expect light to gentle winds and combined seas of 2 to 4 feet through the weekend. Surf conditions will be favorable with a low risk of rip currents. If you're out and about, always remember lightning safety. When thunder roars, get indoors. Visit the National Weather Service on the web at weather.gov/GUM for the latest regional weather forecasts and conditions. And as September is National Preparedness Month, visit ready.gov/September to learn about disaster preparedness and what you can do to ensure you and your family are prepared.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, guys, this is it. Your last look at this morning's Real Deal traffic report for a Friday morning here on the Wave 105 FM. Proudly brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Check out our inventory. It's available on our website at guamautospot.com. And again, guys, that's 478-AUTO. And mobile gas station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Hitting the streets right now, we're looking at the central part of the island as we do have traffic developing outside of Village of Donkey. It kind of wraps up and around the airport this morning, so if you're heading up and around that way, you will find yourself some northbound traffic. For those of you along Route 1 in Tamuning, we have additional delays at the ITC and FHP intersection. And for those of you getting around Windham this morning, it looks like we got north and southbound traffic on that side. Guam Premier Outlet, that's going to be GPO, as well as those of you getting around Tamuning Elementary School. It is a Friday morning. I would like to remind everyone, please watch your speed limit. Eyes on the roads, no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Remember, guys, seatbelts are sexy. Make sure that your seatbelt is fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal traffic report, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
Ooh, ah, baby. Ooh, ah, baby. Ooh,
all right, Pauhana, right?
Yes, sir. Hey,
so you have opportunities to watch them, a sneak peek over at Crown Plaza Hotel. Crown, I always get, there's so many plazas now, right? Grand Plaza, Guam Plaza, right? The Plaza. The Crown Resort over, I don't even know if Plaza's in their name, but they're down in Tumon Friday. They have their own market, right, on Friday nights. So there's an opportunity to get a sneak peek with them. And then Pauhana was at Ukadu High School, right, celebrating their success in their test scores at Ukadu. And then Sunday, we could be seeing them there. But then, but the official concert is at Governor Joseph Flores Park, Memorial Park, Ipao Beach, tomorrow on the 6th of September. So, yeah. We are calling the Senator Will Parkinson. That might even be him right there, because we want to talk to him about the community town hall over at the Senior Citizens Center in Jigo. This is going down from 6 to 8 this Wednesday. This coming Wednesday. And so this is an opportunity to educate the public on the 3 political status options: independence, free association, and statehood. So here is Senator Will Parkinson. Hafa Adai, Senator.
Hafa Adai, Pauly. Hafa Adai to the people of Guam. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and then to learn more about the town hall meeting. And so when I go back and I listen to, I think you had your own press conference on advocating for statehood. And so a couple days later, you announced that you would be working with the Commission on Decolonization after having a meeting with them to put together this town hall meeting. And maybe we can start there. The conversation that you've had with Commission on Decolonization, can we get some updates? How did that meeting go?
The meeting with the Office of Decolonization? Yes. Which meeting are you referring to? Like immediately after my press conference?
Unless maybe you had a recent one. And so whatever you can share leading up to this town hall meeting, after discussing that, you're advocating for statehood, but you understand the importance of sharing the stage or putting a town hall meeting together, not just for statehood, but also for all 3 task forces.
Yes, I introduced a resolution to examine Guam's political status. Mm-hmm. But we cannot examine Guam's political status unless we meaningfully educate, inform, and have a good discussion among the community. For us to make such a weighty and heavy decision, right, we need to be abreast of all the information we need. And we cannot do that unless we do our part and go out there and help educate the community. And so we've been in this stagnation era of decolonization ever since the Day Davis case. And so I think it's important for us to be the change we want to see in the world. And if we want to see decolonization happen, it's incumbent on people like me in positions to push things forward, to start pushing things forward. And I think with the world rapidly changing right before our very eyes, now is the opportune time to have this conversation. We have more leverage because of the geopolitical concerns of the Indo-Pacific than we've ever had in the history of Guam. Our tiny island is between the United States Empire and the Chinese Empire, and they're on the verge of war. And Guam, for people who don't quite understand the value of Guam to the United States and to all these big world players, Guam's strategic location makes it so that control of Guam guarantees whatever country has control of Guam has absolute air superiority over the entire Pacific region, which is just an incredible superpower that our tiny island affords the United States. And I think that type of advantage is worth a change in political status, whether it be independence, free association, or statehood. I think our strategic necessity in this region gives us an incredible amount of bargaining power in terms of making a better deal for the people of Guam. You know, there is a lot of downsides to being the tip of the spears. And if that's the case, if we're going to take all the downside of being on the front of such a incredible time in history, we should also take advantage of the things that come with that status. Right. And I think one of the things we can do is change our political status. Now, I favor statehood because for me, the three most important things when it comes to political status is security guarantees, economic benefits, and political power. And statehood, I feel, gives us the best three combinations. We get more security guarantees than we ever have now. If you'll remember in history, territories, they routinely get traded in games of war between big empires. Guam itself came under American control after the Americans defeated the Spanish in the Spanish-American War.
Right.
But states, they don't get traded. That's why I see statehood as the best security guarantees, because it will also be a powerful message to the rest of the world that if you attack Guam, you are attacking America. There is no ambiguity that you are just attacking a territory or a forward operating base. You are attacking America. Second, we would get much more federal funding in terms of matching because states definitely get more money than territories do. So this would give us much more economic benefits to being in partnership with the United States. And third, and this is what I think is the most incredible part, we will go from zero political power, Pauly, zero, to being the most heavily weighted vote in all of America by far. It's not even close. If you know how the Electoral College works, you know that the smaller your state is, the more heavily weighted your votes are. So if you're in a small state, your vote is worth infinitely more than somebody in a big state like California or Texas or New York. And if Guam were to ever become a state, because of the nature of the Electoral College, Guamanians will have the strongest vote in the country. Sign me up for that, please.
Yeah, fair points for sure. I'm also looking at the climate right now, just seeing some of the uncertainties with Postal Service, right? And then being left out of the Rural Health Rescue Plan Act. That
billions of dollars to rural health care areas, and we are not counted in it. And that seems to me a travesty.
And so these federal policies and executive orders affect us without any representation.
That's true. And also, another reason why we're having this conversation now is there are Washington think tanks that are talking about Guam's fate and just hodgepodge mixing us with the CNMI and making us the 51st state that way.
Right.
And it offends me to my core, Pauly, to have this idea that people are talking about Guam's political status without Guam at the table. So let's have the conversation. Let's start advocating for ourselves. You know, much love to our cousins in the CNMI.
Yeah.
But I would not be put in an arranged marriage under those conditions, not without having a say in it.
Well, if you ask both sides, where will the capital be, right? And already there's division there.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. But let's say we are put in this arranged marriage against our will. Obviously, it's going to be a Ganya.
See, has somebody in CNMI though. Garapan. Yeah. Well, I appreciate this. Is there anything else that you want to touch on while I have you? We're waiting also on the budget bill, but even here's a question. I was watching the Commission on Decolonization's meeting last week, right? And so there were concerns that every time they set up these town hall meetings or front-facing public outreach efforts, unfortunately, the statehood task force doesn't show up as often as maybe Independence does. And so Independence task force had a concern saying, when that happens, they can't even talk about what Guam would look like for independence because they want to be fair, that the discussion is balanced. But it's at no fault of the Independence Task Force. And I agree 100% that we shouldn't be it shouldn't come at the expense of the other task force. I would say it's not independent task force's fault for being so good at putting together
I
their
actually
organizations.
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I was speaking to other people that I don't see any bias at the Office of Decolonization.
Right.
We have access to equal resources and support down there,
Yeah.
and it's not independence group's fault that they're the only ones taking advantage of it and being vocal about it. I myself spoke to the chairman of the statehood task force, and I asked, like, what are we doing? And I was told by the former senator that we are basically just in a holding pattern because of the Dave Davis case. And I don't accept that.
So just remain quiet?
Yeah, just remain quiet. And I don't accept that. And that's how come, even though I'm not a formal member of the task force, even though I would like to be, I'm going to advocate for statehood. I don't need any blessing from on high to advocate for a position I believe in. And so I'm going to be the change I want to see. And I encourage the independence group and the free association group to keep doing what you're doing. And if the statehood people don't want to show up, that's on them. That's on them. And but let me tell you what, I'll show up.
So that was my question, because you're leading the charge in this town hall meeting. And so if independence and free association task force shows up and statehood doesn't, what does that look like? Are they going to be allowed to speak and advocate for themselves?
Well, what we're trying to do in these town halls and these public hearings is we're not actually trying to particularly advocate for any one position.
Okay.
The goal of these is to educate the community. Because right now, I actually don't see any conflict between myself, independence, or free association.
Right.
Until we get a vote scheduled on the ballot,
right,
we are all on the same side fighting for the same thing, trying to get a vote happening. So I don't see any problem with any of those groups working together at these junctures, because we need to. We really need to. And part of that is educating the community. Right. And as somebody who's pro-statehood, I see a lot of value in inviting all the groups to these town halls and letting them explain from their own mouth what it means for independence, what it means for free association, what it means for statehood. Because I will do my darn honest best to be a honest facilitator in these conversations, but I am not a subject matter expert focused on all of these the way a task force member would be. So I want to make sure that the floor is open so that when we are educating the public, we're going to give them a big, like, I'm approaching this from the position of explaining it to a member of the community who knows absolutely nothing about decolonization. You know, we're going from the assumption that we're taking this from somebody who knows absolute zero,
right,
and we're beginning the education process. And so I want to be able to give a little bit of brief history on what decolonization is, what we've done in the past, how could we use what we've done in the past as a model for how to move forward. And then as the night goes along, I'll open up the floor for the independence, for free association, and statehood to explain to the people what their task force stands for. What does it mean to be for one of those things? And we're going to take this education show and we're going to take it on the road, and we're going to go all the way from the north to the south. We're going from Jigo, Dedido, Tamuning, MTM, and Molesu over the next couple months. And we're going to go out where the people are. You know, we're going to be a little mermaid. We're going to go where the people are. And we're going to go educate, and we're going to make sure that people know so that we can drive this question forward and resolve it. Because things are changing very rapidly in the world. Right. This could be one of the things that changes rapidly. This could be the moment that we break out of this colonized status and move on to something greater. Because even though I am for statehood, whether it's statehood, free association, or independence, all of them are improvements over the current system, and I will accept any of all of them. You know, it's for me, as if we choose a status, I see that as a no-lose situation. Even though I have my preferences, at the end of the day, it is a greater improvement for Guam.
Thank you for saying that. You know, I won't lie to you. Be honest to our audience too. I've grown apathetic to the conversation, thinking that not in my lifetime, but then hearing you bring this forward with these town hall meetings, I have newfound hope that we could actually see progress real progress in our political status in my lifetime.
Sometimes that's all it takes. You know, I was a wildland firefighter for a very long time in my previous life, and I discovered all it takes is a little spark to start off a really big fire sometimes. And if I can be the little spark just starting these little town halls, and it turns into something greater, I think there's real value in that. And you're already seeing it. Like, you'll remember when I announced that I wanted to push Guam towards statehood, there were a lot of people that came out of the woodwork very angry at what I had to say and how I presented it. But I like to think that me coming out and saying it has encouraged these groups to advocate for themselves so that they aren't lost in my message. And I believe that a strong independence movement makes a strong statehood movement, and a strong statehood movement makes a strong independence movement, and vice versa for all the statuses, because competition makes us our best, makes us come at our best. I've always been a big believer that ideas that don't get challenged grow weak. So whenever I bring my ideas to the legislature, challenge them. That way, if I'm able to punch this through the chamber, I know that I was able to deliver the best possible product to the people of Guam, because people that didn't like it challenged it from every which direction, and I had to stand on my work and defend it. And that's how I feel about decolonization. We are going to have conversations that are hard in the future, but we stand on what we say and we let the people decide.
While I have you, if you don't mind pivoting to the budget bill, you were very critical about the sections that allowed the Attorney General to hire unclassified employees and hire and fire his employees at the AG's office, right? And so where are you at now as we wait for the governor to act on this budget bill?
Well, there are definitely provisions that were put in unethically into these bills. These provisions were bills that have not had a public hearing, have not had a day in being litigated by our community at all, and they're being snuck into the miscellaneous sections of the bill to give the Attorney General more powers. From what I understand, currently at the Attorney General's office, there's only 3 classified attorneys. So there are some provisions of there that have existed in previous budgets that are now being abused. And so I think there needs to be a real look at what's going on at the Attorney General's office, because a lot of it seems very unprofessional and politically motivated. And you think of what we're doing. Our choice before us, Pauly, is we have $100 million, $104, $105 million that is dedicated to a new hospital. It has been earmarked for that with the ARP funds, and that is the only thing we can use it for. Our choices are use it for a new hospital or use it for nothing. And our Republican majority and our Attorney General seem to be dead set on sabotaging a new hospital. I understand that we need to fix GMH, but even if we gave every single red cent of every dollar to GMH from all over the government, GMH is lasting maybe a few years tops, 5 years tops. They said it was 5 years tops 5 years ago. So we're one typhoon away from that hospital being away from us, and it's not our choice. So we have to build a new hospital. So it seems like madness to me to say we're going to take away our fund for a new hospital and use it to fix our broken hospital. It's not dying. It's dead. It's a dead hospital. We needed to be out of there years ago. But because of a lack of political will and just gamesmanship from too many sides, we're behind the 8 ball. We need to start a new hospital. It's not fix GMH or a new hospital. We need to do both. We need to do both. GMH is a dead hospital, and we need a new one. It's past its current expected useful lifespan. That's what people really need to understand. There is no fixing GMH. It is a black hole forever until we get to a new hospital. GMH needs to be closed down because it's past its useful life. It's past its useful life. That's what it is, Pauly.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, Senator. Look forward to that town hall meeting next week, Wednesday.
We'll see you there.
Okay.
Please,
I will be
everybody that's listening, come, bring your friends, bring your family. This could be one of the most important discussions we have in our lifetime, and please become part of it.
It might not be big enough. That was one of the critiques early this morning, that Senior Citizens Center is a small space. I've been in it, and I agree, but this is the first town hall meeting, and so...
you know what? That would be a good problem to have. I've done town halls before, and usually I can't fill a community center, so if I could fill one, it will be a first for me.
That I was saying that. I hope it is standing room only, so I appreciate this, Senator. You take care.
You take care as well. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a great weekend. Just 8:33 in the morning. We'll take this break, and then we'll reach out to the director of the Commission on Decolonization, Melvin Wampat Borja, to get his perspective as well on this town hall meeting. And he's also the president of the Chamorro Fair. So, in essence, in that role, he's the general manager of the Chamorro Village. I think there is a general manager, but he oversees the Chamorro Village. And there's a vision in redesigning Chamorro Village. I mean, it's still in the planning stages. They haven't gotten the grant awarded yet, but they're close. And so I want to talk to him about that, too, right here on Mornings with Patti, rolling with Dice on Wave 105.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch The Bright Side every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. I want to send so much love to our sponsors, Micropack, Local Jerk, GTA, Sherwin-Williams Paint, Chili's, and Subway. Take a break from all of that shade and join The Bright Side on Wave 105.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hey! More of what you need. Wave 105 FM.
Heck yeah. Yes. Biba Betness.
All right, there we go.
8:36 in the morning, Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo. And back to the phone lines. Yes?
Yes, sir.
The director of the Commission on Decolonization, Melvin Wampat Borja. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're not in Hagåtña. I've been told that we need to keep our lights on, our headlights on, and drive safe, stay below the speed limit because there's flooding in the capital. And so hopefully everybody's safe, including the director. So thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. I just got off the phone with Senator Will Parkinson. Not sure if you heard, but you do know about the town hall meeting that is next week, Wednesday. And so how is the Commission on Decolonization preparing for this town hall meeting?
Hafa Adai, Pauly and Dice, thanks for having me. Yeah, I did catch Senator Parkinson on the show earlier, and I really thought that he articulated it very well. I got to say to start that, yes, we're aware of the town hall. We've been communicating closely with Senator's office. I think the thing that's really exciting about this is that, here's an elected official that is, putting his money where his mouth is, so to speak, right? And it's election season. Whenever senators ask me for my support, my first question is, what is your stance on Guam's self-determination and decolonization and resolving our political status? It has to be a commitment by the whole of government. And in the past, we've seen that during the Commonwealth Draft Act era, there's this very clear whole of government approach to attaining Commonwealth. And the community responsibly was backing that movement the entire way. And that's the farthest that we've ever taken our political status journey. And so I think it's a very exciting thing, and I encourage all of the other elected officials, especially the senators right now. The issue with proceeding on a plebiscite is in the hands of the legislature. If the legislature wants to move forward on a plebiscite, then we have to address the law that was challenged in the 9th District Court. So, in the meantime, what's really important right now is raising awareness and educating people about the importance of our political status. I think that a lot of people are still very uneducated or unaware of how our political status as a territory affects us on a day-to-day. And I think a lot of people just kind of accept that things are just expensive on Guam because we're far away.
Well,
and they have no clue about, how our status influences and affects that through mechanisms like the Jones Act.
Well, look at the executive order that President Donald Trump just recently signed.
Right.
And so now there's so much uncertainty here in Guam about
Absolutely.
our packages. And so, again, these executive orders and federal policies affect us, and we're not getting proper representation. Obviously, we have representation through Congressman Jim Moylan, but that's a non-voting representative, right?
It's not meaningful representation. And I think that that's the key here, right, is that when you look at Guam's status, no matter how you feel about our political relationship with the United States, whether you view it in a negative or positive light, maybe you're somewhere in between. I think that the thing that is abundantly clear and is undeniable is that Guam as a territory is inferior to a state, it is inferior to a freely associated nation, and it is inferior to an independent nation. A territorial status will always be inferior to any one of those three options. And so I think Senator Parkinson articulated that very well, that he's very clear that he is an advocate for statehood. But he made a really great point that, now is the time for us to be united on learning about what the status options provide us. What do they present to us? How do they empower us? And understanding that any of those statuses is an extreme upgrade from what we got right now. What we got right now is considered by the world to be a non-self-governing status. And yes, we know that we are self-governing to a degree, right? We have our local elections. We have 3 branches of government. We can write policy, but we are still under the unilateral control of the federal government. There's something called the territorial clause that basically gives Congress plenary power over Guam, which basically means that Congress can do with Guam what they wish. And yes, we have a representative in Congress, but that representative is a non-voting representative in Congress in the lower house, right? We don't have any representation in the Senate. And one of the things that I think is troubling personally is that our congressmen and others, not just our delegate, but our other delegates that have this idea that, we should put a task force together to assess the situation with the territories, and let's work to advocate for representation in the Senate, non-voting representation in the Senate. And granted, even non-voting representation is an improvement from no representation. And I'm not arguing the value of even non-voting representation at the Senate level. But that can be completely resolved. Instead of us trying to dink and dunk down the field, where we can make serious advancements by changing our status to either fully integrated into the United States as a state, either being a freely associated nation or being an independent nation. All of those options allow us a degree of mobility and political strength that we just don't get being a territory.
Understood. And so having the conversation with Senator Will Parkinson and then listening to your meeting last week, There was concerns brought up by the Independence Task Force that they would show up to some of these meetings and not all representation, and so they could not fully share their presentation. And so Senator Will Parkinson said that's not going to happen at this town hall meeting. So if not all three task forces show up, what does that look like from the Commission on Decolonization? Have you directed all three task forces to show up? And if one doesn't, what happens to the other two?
Well, just to be clear, the task forces, they're in their defense. All of the task forces are comprised of volunteer members.
Okay.
And yes, their campaigns are funded by the government, right? We have a legislative appropriation that funds their educational efforts. But those resources can only be spent on creating educational resources, other resources for the people to consume. And so this is how they, produce their pamphlets, booklets, how they host a website, how they make videos and, social media reels or whatever. Whatever, they deem as strategic to help them get their message out and advocate for the status that they prefer. And so, yes, we have informed all of the task forces. We always communicate with the task forces about when we're going to be doing community events. We do regular outreach, all throughout the business days, even on the weekends and after hours. Because we're a small organization and we have limited resources, we have to strategically partner with any other effort that allows us access to an audience. And so basically a lot of times what we try to do is figure out, okay, is there, there's something, they're doing the Welcome Back event at the University of Guam because they're starting their semester. And so we go in and do outreach at the university because there's a captive audience there and people that we can have a conversation with. So, we treat Senator Parkinson's town hall meeting in a very similar light. Senator has motivation to put on an engagement with the community, put on this town hall. And so, our commitment is to support these events and participate at a high level. Whether or not the task forces are able to send volunteers down to work the event, the Commission on Decolonization has been working for the last several years to create educational resources that the public can consume. And so we have a lot of information on all of the political options. Of course, we encourage people to participate at the task force level. Task forces are open to anyone who wants to get involved. You can contact our office and we can help put you in touch with the task force leadership, get you in touch with the organizers so that you can get involved in their meetings and their events and their strategizing. We work closely, regularly with all of the task forces to procure their educational resources. So, even the statehood task force, I know, has been, catching a little bit of heat for not attending a couple of events, but we've been communicating with their leadership. We're still working with them on producing their educational video. They have a video project that they've been working on. We have their information that they have produced and, provided us copies with. We have the information that we produce on our own. We have the Gihemotna, which is the self-determination study for Guam. And it's a fantastic resource. If you haven't seen it, I highly encourage you to visit bcall.guam.gov. There's a direct link on that site to the PDF version of the study. It's a very dense study, but the PDF version is super helpful. You can do a Control-F search on it, and you can see the impact or the comparative analysis of Guam to other nations that have a different status than us and how they deal with different aspects of our government in Guam. And so our government as a whole as a self-governing entity. And so, for example, let's say that your concern is the economy. What it does is it'll look at analyzing what is Guam's economy like here as a territory. How does the government deal with its economy? How do we improve it? How do we respond, rebound, all of that good stuff, right? What are the limitations of a territorial status? And then it'll take a state like Hawaii and say, this is the way that the statehood status impacts the government's ability to deal with their economy, right? Grow their economy. How does a freely associated nation like Palau grow their economy as a government, and how does an independent nation do it? Same thing with defense, right? What does the defense arrangement look like under the United States if we are a state? What does it look like if we are freely associated? What does it look like if we're independent? And, defense, I know, is a huge issue for a lot of people right now, rightfully so. But there are a lot of misconceptions about what decolonization means to defense. And I commend Senator Parkinson for really being very vocal about the importance of decolonization in a time of global uncertainty in regard to defense. Because he's absolutely right that it is very ambiguous what the defense of Guam looks like if it remains a territory.
Well,
what
do we look like under the defense of war?
Well, I mean, I think
because I'm hearing the name change now, or
right.
or naming it again back to defense of war.
And I think that's even in I believe that decolonization is equally important during times of conflict and times of peace. And I think that I think that we can all agree, no matter what your
defense of war,
stance
Department
is on
of War,
the global conflict.
My bad. Sorry. Department of Defense is looking to go back to the name Department of War. My bad.
Oh, Department of War.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I think we can all agree on, no matter what your stance is on the defense of Guam or the relationship with the United States or this global conflict between China and the United States, I think that especially here on Guam, we are extremely sensitive to what it actually means if these countries go to war. Because Guam, unlike a lot of other places, Guam has real life experience on how we lose in a war. No matter who wins in a war, we lose. When the war is fought, when we are the theater of a conflict, we don't have the same kind of protections and benefits and outcomes that the two aggressors have. Right. And so I think we can all agree that no matter how this transpires with the United States and China, the best case scenario is to avoid a violent conflict.
Understood.
Now, and I think that, the thing that people in Guam need to be very aware of is Guam has zero voice on this stage. In these conversations between these nations that are having a conflict, Guam has zero say.
Wait, what about the governor having conversations and meetings with JRM?
What is JRM, Pauly? Joint Region Marianas. That's not the Department of Defense. It's not the Department of War. You know what I mean?
Right.
That is the way that we deal with the military, the way that we engage with the military is not at a high enough level that is necessary for a nation like Guam. For a place like Guam that has so much to lose, so much at stake in a conflict between China and the United States, it's laughable, it's disrespectful, it's sickening that as high as we get is JRM or the Rear Admiral. You know what I mean? Like when no governor, no head of state meets with the Rear Admiral of the Department of Defense. That's disrespectful to your head of state. You don't send a person at that level to meet with your head of state. Who does the president of Palau meet with? Do you think he meets with the Rear Admiral? He does not. Absolutely not. He's dealing with the State Department, which is a totally different thing. We deal with the Interior. Mm-hmm. The State Department is built for foreign engagement, right? That's who speaks for Guam on an international level. That's who's speaking for Guam in any conversation with China, about China. It's going through the State Department and the Department of Defense, not the Interior. And that's where our ceiling is, the Interior. And so if we were a state, obviously we have, an equal kind of footing with every member of the Union. If we are freely associated, then we're dealing with the United States as a sovereign nation. We just have an exclusive defense arrangement. Look at what Palau is doing. Palau is petitioning right now to have a separate defense arrangement in light of this conflict. They already have a defense arrangement under their Compact of Free Association, but they want something separate to be very clear about what it means, what will happen, how will the United States respond in regard to Palau How will the United States protect, defend, support Palau in the event of conflict? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, this is a totally different ballgame for Palau, and they're just right next door and dealing with the same government.
Right.
The United States also has defense arrangements and allies with a lot of other independent nations around the world. Why would that be any different for Guam? If Guam was to become an independent nation, then we would have a defense arrangement with another larger country. I have a really difficult time imagining a time when Guam would say, as an independent nation, we would rather have a defense arrangement with, Japan or with Australia. I would assume that because of our history with the United States, that we would first try to negotiate a defense arrangement with the United States, which is entirely possible. There's a precedent set for this, So all of these statuses empower us in a way that we can't even imagine right now as a territory. We just kind of go with the flow as a territory. Whatever happens, we're just along for the ride. Oh, we're going to make the best of it. You know what I mean? And it's unacceptable that the people of Guam have to just accept those terms and say, okay, we're just here and we'll just deal no matter what the United States or some other nation tries to do. And we have zero agency. That's unacceptable.
Well, at the same time, too, I get frustrated when I hear or read some of these comments that say, oh, here we go again, Guam asking for a handout. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. It is their responsibility.
It's not a handout. It's a right.
Yeah.
It's a right. And the United States understands and acknowledges that right. They just haven't delivered on it. The only reason why why Guam is allowed to appear before the UN is because the United States put us on the list of non-self-governing territories. After World War II, all of these large superpowers had to say, okay, these are the countries, the nations that we control, that we own. And there's this rapid period of decolonization where all of these other nations were given an opportunity to decide what they want their political fate to be. Do they want to be freely associated? Do they want to be integrated into their administering power? Or do they want to be independent? Guam is one of the last 17 non-self-governing nations in the world. Right. And I mean, the United States, don't forget that when Guam became a possession of the United States through the Treaty of Paris, it says in the Treaty of Paris that Congress is responsible for advancing the civil and political rights of the native inhabitants of the territory.
Right. Absolutely.
Go Google it. You know what I mean? Go Google it.
I only have a few minutes with you, and I wanted to get over to the Chamorro Village because you were sharing with me briefly redesign or a vision of yours through a grant award, right? And so maybe
we're
you can
super
briefly
excited.
share.
So there are 2 grants that we were awarded. Okay. We are just we're in the planning or preparation stages with DPW on getting the bids out for these projects.
Oh, so you are already awarded?
We were awarded, yes, and through the tremendous support from the Guam State Clearinghouse, and of course the Lieutenant Governor's office and the Governor's office. They were all very aggressive in advocating for the Department of Chamorro Affairs, especially on the front of Chamorro Village, to upgrade the facility, which hasn't really had any major improvements since the 90s. And so we're excited to have received approximately $5 million in a grant from the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury, and then another $1 million from the Department of the Interior. The Treasury grant is actually a capital improvement grant, and so it's funded by the local government under capital improvement, but all of the projects that have been awarded are the costs are reimbursed by the U.S. Treasury. And then the Department of Interior is a separate grant, approximately $1 million. And so I know we're short on time, but just the gist of it is that some of the major pieces include the enclosure of the FESPAC huts, which are the open-air pavilions around near the Kapua Loop.
Right.
Those huts will be enclosed and converted into rentable units so that we can expand the capacity of the rental footprint and allow for more businesses to have a brick and mortar and rent at the Chamorro Village and run their businesses. There is also going to be the construction of a commercial kitchen, which is my personal favorite of the batch. The commercial kitchen is an exciting prospect in the sense that the farmers market's original intent was both to be a small business incubator, but also to support the farmers market effort and, have a place for local farmers to bring their produce and people to access all of that. Now, during COVID, one of the beautiful things was that the farmers came together and distributed their crop as food commodities. And those, this is after the federal food commodities, all of this imported food was wiped out. And people still needed, the support. And so the farmers came together. They put these food bags together. They had their own distribution points. It was an awesome effort. Unfortunately, what we found out later was that there are a lot of people who ended up wasting a significant amount of that local produce because they're simply unfamiliar with how to cook sigaritas or fresh eggplant, right? So our intent with the commercial kitchen is to have a space where we can do both community education for nutrition and local produce, but also to have a rentable space where we can support some of the smaller cottage industry owners. So let's say, Auntie Lola has to make 1,000 empanadas. She got a contract, but her back kitchen, she got her business license. She's got a legit operation, but her back kitchen is just not big enough to produce 1,000 empanadas. She can rent the commercial kitchen for a couple days, knock out that order, and then take all of her product and then go and, sell it. So we're helping to, create like a scaffold for businesses to grow their model and then graduate into, one of the spaces that are rentable at Somoto Village. There's a lot of other pieces that are included. I'm happy to call you back at another time and really dig into the weeds on this. But we're really excited and we're really grateful for the support of the Lieutenant Governor's office and, of course, DPW that's shoulder to shoulder with us on this project. And we're looking forward to, getting the bids out for this really soon.
I appreciate this, Director and President. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you so passionately on what is a work that has been passed on to you and these efforts. When I look at the legacy of our journey to self-determination, I see so many movers and shakers that date all the way to Chief Harral and even further, and we add you to the list for sure. So,
well, thank you for having me, Pauly, and I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. I appreciate you always, being proactive about helping people to get access to this information. It's a great thing.
I appreciate it. Take care. See you soon.
Algo más. Adios.
Adios. 9 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went before lawmakers today facing some tough questions about vaccine guidelines and the firings at the CDC.
Change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative that we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas.
CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
He defended those firings, saying that it was the right thing to do. He continues to insist that he is concerned about chronic diseases in this country, that the rates have gone through the roof, and that some of this happened on the CDC's watch. Furthermore, he criticized the agency's handling of the COVID pandemic and said some of these people have to go.
As the administration restricts access to COVID vaccines, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has announced measures to ensure their availability. Stacey Lynn reports.
Healey says the government is failing its responsibility to Americans.
This is not going to happen in Massachusetts.
She says insurance plans in her state
will continue to cover the vaccines recommended by the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, regardless of what any other federal agency or appointee says.
And that includes the full range of recommended vaccines.
Flu, COVID, as well as children's vaccines like measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, and more.
The District of Columbia has sued over the deployment of National Guard troops in Washington. The Attorney General says it amounts to an involuntary military occupation. The man accused of 2 killings that helped spark the deployment was in court today, as Scott McFarlane reports.
Elias Rodriguez, the suspected shooter of 2 Israeli embassy officials, has pleaded not guilty and asked for rights to a trial, which is tentatively scheduled for December, but I wouldn't put much stock in that. These things tend to get delayed by months, if not years, especially in high-profile cases, especially in cases where the Department of Justice could seek to pursue the death penalty through the federal court system.
Court documents released today show President Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton is being investigated for the possible unauthorized retention or removal of classified material. His home and office were searched last month. Mortgage rates have fallen again to 6.5%. That's the lowest since last October. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 350 points. The NASDAQ up by 209. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
A superhero sequel will be back in theaters faster than a speeding bullet. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez has details.
He's not a man. He's an it.
DC Studios co-CEO says the follow-up to this summer's blockbuster Superman will be titled Man of Tomorrow and hit theaters in July of 2027. In a post on Threads, James Gunn teased the return of David Corenswet's Clark Kent and Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor with artwork that shows Superman's archenemy wearing a war suit. Last month, Gunn told Collider a new project would begin shooting much sooner than later, but he said it would not be Superman 2. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Lady Gaga pulled the plug on her Miami show last night just minutes before it was to begin. Thousands got the message on her Instagram stories explaining her voice was strained during rehearsals. The show will be rescheduled. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely Report. In the latest episode of the podcast, Doing Tech Right, Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher talks about considerations for getting a child their first phone or tablet.
It really isn't about the device. It's about the structures and parameters and behaviors that the parents craft around it. How are your children able to use it only with your supervision and only for a limited time? Or are they having full access all the time and it really is truly their device that they own? And that's the dynamic that parents need to consider as well.
And of course, it depends not just on the age of the child, but their maturity, whether they're careful enough with devices, and their ability and willingness to understand and follow family usage rules. You'll find a lot more advice from the full podcast at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely Report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, The Talk of Guam.
Changes to federal vaccine policy have some doctors encouraging patients to get immunizations as early as allowed. I'm Zach Dyer, and this is your KFF Health News Minute. Here's pediatrician Deborah Greenhouse.
I cannot be 100% sure what the future looks like for some of these vaccines.
Now, the Department of Health and Human Services has said licensed immunizations will remain available, but if RFK Jr.'s newly appointed Vaccine Advisory Committee changes its recommendations, Medicaid won't cover them, and private insurers could follow. Happy 26th birthday, or is it? Ethan Evans dreaded his.
I did not want to turn 26 because I did not want to lose my health insurance.
The Affordable Care Act lets young adults stay on their parents' plans until age 26. After that, they're on their own. 26-year-olds go uninsured at a higher rate than any other age. There's more at kffhealthnews.org.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
That'll get you thinking. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Heck yeah. Jesse Bias right there,
Yeah,
right?
nice.
Biba Betness. Time for Business Bites with Glimpses of Guam publisher Maureen Maritita. Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai. Happy Friday on
Right?
this gray day.
Yeah.
And here
we're,
we are.
We're already 5 days into September.
Amazing,
Right,
isn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Here we are. Uncertain what's going to happen with the budget
Mhm.
still.
We're waiting on the governor to act on this budget. I honestly, it could go anywhere. She could even sign it. I have no idea what she's going to do. I see the releases that have come out and some of the conversations that are out there through her op-ed too.
Well, it's
about
D-Day
how
today, right?
Yes, and being critical of the budget. But, I mean, I still wouldn't even be surprised if she signs it. Senator Chris Duenas, I was talking to him yesterday, and he said there's a lot to love, there's a lot to hate, and there's a lot to tolerate in this budget bill. And he urges the governor to sign it. And I agree with him on that, on one side or the other. There are things that the majority absolutely loves, and there were some amendments that they did not vote for, but it got through. And
Well-
there's a lot to tolerate.
You know, until we're back in those happy days when we are flooded with money on the island,
Right.
That's how it's going to be with the
Yeah.
budget.
He said that he doesn't know of a governor that was ever happy with the budget. You've been doing this for quite some time, right? And so when you reflect back to some of these times, what do the governors say?
I
when we
don't
get
think
closer
there's
to-
ever been a budget that I've been happy with.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, you know, it's difficult for the powers that be to deal with what is basically has to be a compromise. So, would I like to see money go to the new hospital? I'd sooner see it go to the new hospital than the old hospital, frankly. I tend to agree with Senator Parkinson this morning on your show. It is a black hole.
Patty's show, just filling in.
Okay.
Yeah.
True.
Right.
But yes, it's a black hole.
Right.
So, and yes, it's going to take years. And in my humble opinion, we should probably make better use of the northern and southern health centers.
Right. Or how about another central center?
That would be good too. I mean, certain things can't leave the hospital. So if we're going to put any money in shoring it up, it should be those areas. But frankly, I mean, women can have babies anywhere, right? As long as there's the suitable staff.
Sure.
So yes, maybe we should be looking at doing something at the health centers for 5 years or 10 years or however long it takes to build this new hospital. Get people out of there. Really, I mean, I'm pretty sure if we have a new administrator coming in, we can start off, with some degree of discussion from Adelup to that individual on what the options are rather than just insisting on staying at GMH.
Right. Yeah, and then there's the discussion of the public-private partnership, right? I mean, that's something that was brought up when Congressman Jim Moylan was a senator. He tried to introduce that, probably even earlier than that. Senator
Worked
Theresa
okay
Elahi.
for GRMC, which, as it happens, I was on the founding board. So I was all in favor of a private hospital.
I didn't realize this. I guess I wasn't tracking. I did not know that there was the discussion on the table to purchase GRMC as the next GMH. I did not. I've never been tracking that.
Well, it has just sold, actually, to a Korean company, is what I heard. I'm assuming that the discussion was over the price.
Okay. Well, the governor says we need more bed capacity.
We do.
And so why would we just go to one that doesn't increase our bed capacity? And I'm still trying to wrap my head around when Naval Hospital rebuilt their hospital, how they went from 300 beds down, why that was a good idea to drop it down to somewhere in the 30s.
I'm trying to remember. Beds. So the discussion about capacity of beds is also involves staff.
Okay.
Right. So I don't know where Naval Hospital Guam gets its staff from, but I think we're all familiar with the problems that GMH has had with getting staff, and we've had temporary staff come into the island at a high cost, right? Just so that the hospital can function. So I think, I'm trying to think if I can remember this, but I think there's a formula for beds equals staff, depending on, I mean, obviously intensive care is is a different equation. But it isn't just so simple as, wheeling the beds in.
Right. And so I would say with the amount of beds the Naval Hospital has, and obviously we need more capacity, if that's what the governor's saying, then there's your leverage right there.
Yes.
To where the lieutenant governor, I just saw a release advocating for more funding for healthcare and for the new hospital. I think I read, $400 million? Let me just make sure I get this right. So LT is presented at the Guam's federal priorities at the 2025. He presented federal priorities at the 2025 senior plenary session of the Interagency Group on Insular Areas. And so it says here, according to the governor's release, the lieutenant governor made a strong case for $400 million in federal support to construct a new public hospital.
Well, obviously, our population is going to grow. So it isn't just a question of whether we get more military here. I mean, as part of the environmental impact studies, we know that we're looking at a higher population. So we may have lost some of our residents to the mainland. But if you look at past studies, when there's a number of people that come in that decide to stay, either they marry in or they just decide that they'd sooner live in Guam than Washington, D.C. or wherever.
Right.
Right? I can't say I blame them. But so there's that. But, you know, we're all hoping that our economy will take steps back. That usually has an effect on population growth. We have seen population move across from the Northern Mariana Islands to Guam, from the various islands.
Right.
And welcome to our cousins as well, because we appreciate them. They could have gone to the U.S. mainland too, but for some people, Guam is far enough, right? And it's familiar. So
the CNMI has their challenges too. I mean, Dice was just telling me that their public school system has moved. They're not
school Mondays.
Yeah, so their instructional days they lost a day. So instructional days Tuesday to Friday. Do you happen to know? Maybe I need more clarification and look into it.
Okay.
But do you happen to know if Monday is like they take homework, that they still have some form of instructional day, just not at the school?
Oh, they did not indicate that. That's
Is
a great
that
question.
budget issue?
It is a budget issue. It looks like no school Mondays will begin October 1st.
What about the government?
That's a great question. That's a fair question.
I mean, never mind the schools. The government has gone to
30 to 32 work day, 32 hour
they have
work.
done that before.
Yeah, and so I'm not tracking if that's what they're going back to, but here's what we just found out this morning through Dice's contacts is that school beginning October 1st, their school week looks like Tuesday to Friday.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's going to be great for working parents.
Right. Yeah.
Back to COVID days.
Right. And so they have their own economic challenges. And so, you know, we look at our challenges here, and I can't imagine the economic outlook that they're facing, our brothers and sisters, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so what are teachers going to do? Get a Monday job?
That's a fair question. Let's see what happens.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, that's really unfortunate. So is there any time that's predicted for that to last?
Oh, we haven't even, I haven't even dug deeper into it.
Yeah.
Just hearing that, only that part of it, that on October 1st. I haven't even begun to start looking into more. Yeah.
So it's just more and more good news out of...
Well, the other one is Triple J, right? They bring in these pallets of goods, right? What is the name of that business, Dice?
It'll be Triple J Truckload Store.
Yes, that's ending too.
They will still offer wholesale sales. So they will maintain their clients around the islands.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure they have a significant amount of business in Tinian, for instance.
Okay.
But yes, it's very sad. Somebody said to me they might as well just close the whole island, which is, you know, it is on a downward slope. Whether they'll get the Chinese tourists back remains to be seen.
Right. Well, I don't want to end this conversation on all, you know, gloom and doom and whatnot. And so I'm trying to think of what to look forward to, at least here in Guam on the weekend. We know the Pauhana concert is tomorrow.
Yeah,
There's
cool.
some free concerts happening at Crown tonight, and then Sunday over at Hoggett.
Do we have the night market still?
Sunday, yes. There will still be. We have a few Sundays left in September, and from what I'm hearing is that they're going to reassess and see what they have in fiscal year 2026 to budget for.
Well, it certainly looked like it was buzzing last Sunday.
Yeah.
We went to, my husband and I went to a dinner at Doucet. And
Did it affect you in any way, the traffic situation?
Well, yes and no. So
Okay.
there was a line into Doucet, but it was very short.
Yeah.
They were checking vehicles.
Same with me. I was a little bit concerned that the Tumon Night Market might hurt customers that already have events going on at Doucet. But when I went for a huge banquet, it was actually a gala, it did not affect me in any way.
So I think some of the traffic was routed out of Tumon and back towards the north and down the hill.
Yes.
Facing the west end.
Yeah.
But as we were coming from the north, we pretty much sailed through, except that we were asked where we were going when we got to the hotel.
And that's fair enough because you need adequate parking for the customers at Doucet and not necessarily going to the Tumon Night Market and then no parking for those that need to go to Aqua or to the gala.
Yeah, from what I saw, Sunday was quite a popular dining out night.
Nice. Yeah.
So good for Doucet.
Right. I worry a little bit about vendor fatigue, and I hope that doesn't happen. I'm hearing that there is a waiting list to get on to this Sunday night market.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it certainly looked like there were people. We were getting there. We were meeting for drinks before dinner, but there were already people there at like 4:00.
Nice.
So I think maybe they decided to get in early. I don't know what time the night market opens.
4:30.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, 5, but they closed the road at 4. Yeah. And they have the free shuttle service now from Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park over to the Pleasure Island and back, and that ends at 9:30. The last shuttle service leaves the Hyatt area back to Governor Joseph Flores Park.
I haven't heard if Hyatt is affected, right?
Yeah, no. I haven't heard either.
But I think the majority of people...
The first Sunday I went, I parked at Tumon Sands. And it wasn't that bad of a walk. I mean, it was still around like 5 p.m., so it wasn't as hot. It was
that
actually
was pretty
leaving.
Smart of you.
Yeah, it was actually leaving. We were stuck in traffic. Yeah.
Yeah, getting out of Tumon. When was the last time that happened?
Right.
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 But I do think, it makes people aware of what's happening in Tumon. I hope the other businesses got some overflow business. Pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you set up for the night market and you're having a good time, it's like, why not go for a drink or a snack or whatever, right? It's still weekend.
Right. Absolutely.
So I wish them well. And I would like to give a quick shout out. This Feel Good Friday thing, 3 weeks in a row, but here we go.
Here we go.
To Frank Whitman and to Senator Sabrina, who presented Frank with a resolution recognizing his years as a teacher in the Guam public school system and as a longtime journalist in Guam.
Right.
And I don't know if you remember, but Frank worked here for a number of years. I have
with the MBJ, yes.
Right,
Yeah.
and some of us here are quite vocal when we're on a roll, right? Frank was the calmest person I knew as managing editor. Even the night that we had a vehicle go through the fence at the old building next to Triple J, he just went out and got a photo of this sedan coming through our fence.
Wow.
Yeah. So he's officially retired. I wish him well.
Absolutely.
And quite a few of the journalism community turned out, which was nice.
Oh,
you
right.
know,
Yeah.
from the Post and just long-time people
Sure.
who had either worked here or worked somewhere else who know Frank.
Yeah, I mean, contributions from journalists are help in the community. It's vital, right? And so he is part of all of that, getting the information through his stories and through the interviews that he
around the
produced.
islands too. I mean, he was part of the team that we went to Hawaii one time, to the FSM, which is not an easy place to try and do your job, shall we say, sometimes. Although I do thank everybody that helped us and met with us, and that certainly helped overall our understanding of the island. So anyway, have a great retirement, Frank, if you're listening.
Viva Frank. I'm also looking at this Payless. So here it is, Triple J, Payless Super Fresh and Truckload Store. So they're having a huge clearance sale.
Oh, yeah.
September 5th through the 18th. Buy a washer for only $600. Was $2,800.
No, yeah.
And now it's only $600. Wow.
Yeah.
Do they? We can't purchase this here, right? How do we get it back to us?
on a slow boat.
I'm looking at these deals. I'm like, whoa, that's great. Some great deals. Take advantage of that for our brothers and sisters in the CNMI in Saipan.
I think Gemco has a sale of luxury goods today and through Sunday.
Okay.
If anybody's interested in Chloe and the other brands that they stock.
There you go.
But yes, a sale on white goods. Wow.
I wanted to ask you one more. What's the temperature on the business community? Are they waiting also at the edge of their seat like I am? What will the governor do to act on this budget bill?
I'm sure they're more than mildly interested.
Okay.
You know, budgets are a painful process, but they affect everybody.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Sure. Yeah,
You
I mean,
know.
without our taxes, we wouldn't even have the services, these government services, right? And so, I mean, we're all contributing, and the businesses absolutely are contributing, right? And so they have advocated well. I was at the Guam Chamber of Commerce meeting when I was there to listen to the GAR CEO,
Right.
Sherry Farron, and before she spoke, Senator Chris Dueñas spoke as well. And so it's not lost on me how much they have been. This is how you do it. This is part of the process. You advocate for your cause,
Sure.
and you do it this way because this is all part of democracy.
So, Paulie, the fun stuff is sitting here, going out and about
Right.
around the island,
Yeah.
right? Doing what I do. The not so fun stuff is looking at the budget and
Right.
business plan.
Right.
So, you know, it's been tough. We have worked hard to get the support that we have got for the stations, for the publications, for our events. But, yes, the budget indirectly, like everything else that's happening in the U.S., right? A lot of those things indirectly affect us. So I would not say that anybody is sitting back in the business community, big business, small business, and putting their feet on the desk and saying, well, that's okay then. We're all watching like hawks.
Understood. Anything else that you want to bring up?
No,
Yeah.
I am looking forward to the weekend.
Yes.
I will no doubt be out and about. And sometimes I get stopped and people tell me what they think, and they're very welcome to do that. We, over here, as you know, whether in this studio or on the street, we welcome opinions. We want to hear what people think.
Absolutely. I'm working on a quick story. Mary Rhodes, the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, she presented to the Mayor's Council yesterday. And so I'll put something together and we'll find it on the
Awesome.
MBJ later on today. And then obviously, I don't know if we want to share what we're featuring in the Guam Business Magazine, but that's something that I'm just finalizing as well.
We
I'll get
are
it to
looking
you this weekend
at fintech.
Yes, okay. I wasn't sure where we want to. Do we want to scoop ourselves?
We're I think it's going to be a really interesting feature, whether you know what fintech is or you don't.
Right.
We also have something new that should be going up on MBJ, which is a photo brief.
Nice.
So we have some photos that we don't want to sit on either that we're going to share that will be on mbjguam.com. It's always vibrant around here, Friday or not.
Right.
So
Even if it's not so much outside, it is on the MBJ. There you go.
All
Well,
right.
thank you, Maureen. I appreciate this always.
Likewise.
There you go. Patti will be back. And so
Okay.
we're looking forward to another Business Bites next Friday with our publisher, Maureen Maratita. All right, we'll take the break. 9:32 in the morning, Wave 105.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow or working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Viva Badness. Wave 105, Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo. To the phone lines we go.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about sports with
a Raiders
Mike.
fan.
Mike, the sports guy. Oh, no, I already hate this conversation.
He's a Raiders fan.
The Raiders.
Can I get your first and last name, man?
Hey, sorry. My friend. I think we're going to put him back on.
Hold on. Give me 1 minute,
Yeah,
guys.
no worries.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Okay. So now we're on hold.
We're on hold. Okay. It's
Okay, so when I look at the NFL, right, because today we begin again,
All right, let's go.
officially,
It's
the 2025-2026 NFL season.
Let's go.
The Cowboys and the Eagles.
Okay. All right. That's all right. That's okay. That's all right.
Are we going to watch?
No.
Probably not. I'm probably just going to look at the highlights.
Yes.
Because it is officially the first
That's
game.
what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do.
I'm not a fan of either one,
No,
but
we're not. Jalen Hurts.
that happens today. Tomorrow
Okay.
is the Chiefs versus the Chargers, and then the 49ers. That's the only game that I'm really focused on against the Seahawks.
Yes.
Again.
Again.
When I look at our schedule, we have no excuse this year.
None.
No excuse. Christian McCaffrey has titanium legs now.
Yes.
Right? Nothing is going to happen to him.
No.
And so we should win our division.
Yes.
No excuse.
Taking them all.
I hear birds in the background. Who do we got?
Here we go. We got Mike, the sports guy.
Okay. Are we good now, Mike, the sports guy?
Hey. Oh, yeah. We're back to a regularly scheduled program.
There we go. What's up, friend? What's the update?
What's the haps?
Yeah, and then what are some of the predictions?
Well, for one thing, I know this weekend the Raiders are playing the Patriots, but that's a different game.
Okay.
Anyways, it's all about what's going on right now. The start of the season.
Yes.
At 10 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
And I know people like yourself and Dice can't wait. So, yeah. At the
Who's
same
winning?
time.
What's your take? What's your take?
Huh?
What's your take real quick? Who do you have?
Well,
Cowboys or the Eagles?
I'll take the Eagles because
Me too.
they gave the Packers the best defensive person.
Yes.
We'll go with that. Yeah.
And Micah Parsons.
Yes.
Who does that?
You're
you
right.
don't give them to a team in your same division or same category. You give them to the AFC, so that way you don't have to see them.
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyways,
Okay.
besides that, you've got some on the local side. You've got some girls volleyball going on tonight.
All right.
And last night was a great basketball game between the Bishops. I mean, the Bishop Obispos.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get your first and last name? Okay. And the Mount Carmel. I forgot their.
I should know
mascot,
this. The Phoenix
mascot name, but from what I heard, it was a great game. It came down to the wire, and the Obispos pulled it off by 3 points. Other than that, you've also got middle school boys soccer going on this weekend, and don't forget, cross country is going on too.
Right.
Other than that, everyone have a great weekend. Stay dry, and we'll see what happens come Monday and Tuesday.
All right. We shall see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything
You guys
else?
have a great weekend.
You too. All right. Take
Sure.
care. Later.
Nice.
I think it's Phoenix now.
Where are we going?
I'm embarrassed too because my mom works at Mount Carmel. I think it's Phoenix. That's their mascot, MCS. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Let me see here. I don't know. It's not pulling up, but I'm almost certain it is. Yeah. Do we need to? We already took our break, right? This is it. 9:39 in the morning.
I can give you another one.
No worries. I'm good.
All right, for sure.
Let's see here. The
Mount Carmel Golden Hawk. I got a Golden Hawk over here.
You sure that's not the Mount Carmel school in Saipan?
No. Our uniforms are pink.
Really?
Yeah, our uniforms are a totally different color. Yeah, we got like pink and like baby blue or something to that nature. Yeah, for Mount Carmel.
Okay. What is those are the Knights also, right?
Yes.
Mount Carmel School Knights,
Carmel Knights,
in
yes.
Saipan. Yeah.
Correct. You're right. You're right.
Wow. How do I know the mascot? How do I know the mascot in Saipan, but I don't even know the mascot at Mount Carmel School? I think it's the Phoenix.
I think you're right. I feel like you're right. I think you're right. I really feel like you are right.
Okay. What else do we got going on? I'm trying to think for this weekend.
Okay, let's go.
Again, Pauhana is here. Shout outs to Pauhana for putting together that mini concert for Ukadu High School. And the award, again, from GDOE. Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about, and I haven't. Harvest Christian Academy.
What's going on?
So, somebody that I just recently, and I love this guy, right? Yeah. And I've never met him before. Kylan Eckert. He is, the Guam guy, right?
Yes.
So we know the Guam guy today at 11 a.m.
Okay.
The Guam guy has his podcast right here on Wave 105, so looking forward to that. He introduced me to the Flag Bro.
Flag Bro.
Yeah, so you see these flags right here? Okay. Can you give me, let me try to, sorry, let me, I'll just grab this one. Okay, so if you're watching on YouTube, Kylan, he designs these flags. So if you were to guess, looking at this flag here on our YouTube, and you got one too, Dice, right? What village do you think this flag belongs to? It's not an official village flag. It's a village in Guam. He designed this flag.
Agate.
It's not Hogget.
No, it's not.
So what do you think this is? This star is? It also looks like a. Does that look like anything to you?
Okay, hold on, man.
No.
I got crab legs.
There you go.
I'm going
crab.
Yeah. Okay, crab legs. Yeah.
And then what? When I turn the flag this way, what does that look like?
Okay, we got a church.
Yes.
Okay.
Or a clock tower. Right? Or a bell tower.
Okay.
Bell tower.
All right.
So what village do you think this? Biba.
Right, Malesu.
Biba. Yes. And so he is a flag designer.
Okay.
And so Farron introduced me to him. We had him on the show on the Bright Side weeks ago. Wow. And I was saying, you know what would be really great is if you presented to the Mayor's Council of Guam.
This is awesome.
Because they have their own flags.
These are village flags.
These are village flags that he designed.
What village is this?
That is Ordat Talampagu.
Ordat Talam. Okay, and then
that is Talafofu.
Get Talafofu. Yeah, Talafofu.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah,
I could be wrong.
This is solid. This is great.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
And he's a Harvest student.
No, he's a teacher.
He's a Harvest
at Harvest.
teacher?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And so he is going to be presenting his flag designs to the Mayor's Council of Guam in their October meeting.
Okay.
And so I have a feeling that after hearing him out and listening to his expertise, I think he's going to get some takers. I think mayors will pull him to the side and say, hey, yeah, absolutely, I would love to work with you to redesign our flag. Because when we were having a conversation with him on the Bright Side weeks ago, and so to be honest with you, you can just go on to YouTube and watch the Guam guy have a conversation with the Flag Bro on the Guam Guys podcast, right? And you'll see, and they have a really great conversation that I kind of just launched off of, right? I basically watched that podcast and then invited him on my show, and we basically were talking about similar things, right? And we focused more on the village flag design.
Love that.
And so these villages, they have their own flags. Malesu already has a flag.
Okay.
But it doesn't follow the flag design process. And so keep it simple. If kids can't draw your flag, it's probably not a good design. And so if you were to ask a kindergartner to draw the Guam flag, I think they can do it just off of memory, right?
Sure.
There's a tree, there's a canoe, there's the island in the back, right? And they were critical of the Guam flag for sure, and they made very good points, and I agree with them 100% after listening to them. But on the village flags, they are, to me, too detailed, extremely detailed. They look great, but I can't draw them, and I'm way out of elementary. And so it's all part of like village pride and also nation building, you know. And so it starts with the identity of your flag. And if your people identify just by looking at it and say, that's Malesu, that's Asan Maina, that's Hoggett. And if your people don't know what your flag looks like, then respectfully, you're doing it wrong. So I think that when you hear him out, he's even more respectful than I am. And he lays it out and comes from a good place. A lot of times it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. And it's all coming from a good place. And I really appreciate Kylan being available to us here. He was excited to be on the show, and he's still excited. And he's even more excited putting together his presentation that we'll see at the Mayor's Council of Guam meeting in October. And so it's all coming to fruition, all of his work that he's been doing for quite some time. And he's doing this over at Harvest Christian Academy, too, as a teacher. He's a geography teacher. So there's this competition.
Okay.
And so he was sharing, there's a competition at Harvest Christian Academy about voting for your favorite bay in Guam. And it's between Seti Bay, Paugu Bay, and Tumon Bay. So he's advocating for Seti Bay. I think that's his that's what he's advocating for. So I want to see, where are we at? Because apparently the results are supposed to have been, they're supposed to give the results today. Do we have it day one of Battle of the Bays? That's so funny and so creative. So this is happening at Harvest. 22 hours ago, it's a day one of the Battle of the Bays. Set the tone as Tumon, Paugu, and Seti stormed into the competition with show-stopping teamwork and eagle pride. And so you have, I guess they divided in like 3 groups within the school. I'm looking at the color blue, the color red, and the shirts, and brown. And so it's like a pep rally, and they were rallying around their bays. That's so creative.
That is.
And I'm looking at the photos too.
Okay.
And these students are hyped.
Sweet. Good job, guys.
And they drew banners too.
Hey.
They of what a Tumon banner with Zori and Hang Loose and some flowers. It looked like plumeria.
That's cool.
Says, "I'm just a Tumon baby."
I like that one. I like
Paugu
that one.
Bay has a shark with the ocean in the background. And Seti Bay looks like it's got latte stones instead of the TT.
Okay.
They're the latte.
Nice.
Right? Instead.
Nice.
And so I wonder who won. I'm trying to find out. Just seen, did they crown them yet? Did we get an update? It all comes down to this: Seti, Paugu, or Tumon. Who do you think will take home the Spirit Week crown?
That's cool.
So they revolved around Spirit Week. But only one bay will be named champion. Cast your vote. Let's hear your. The results should have came in at like 8:30. Let me see. See, they're listening.
Yes.
Oh, finishing today around 3:30. So Kylan got word that we're talking about him, so his ears must have got red. This is Spirit Week for Harvest. Thanks for the shout out. And so we'll get the results at 3:30 today. Okay. But again, thank you so much to Kylan's efforts, not just at Harvest, but what he is working on, a huge presentation, rooting for him.
Yes.
That he will be in front of the Mayor's Council of Guam in October to help them reimagine what their flags could look like through his expertise. And then again, having the conversation with him, he knows all about. He actually even gave me a book on how to design flags and whatnot. And so he's got he's got a wonderful presentation, and he's expanding on that. And so I look forward to watching him in action at the next Mayor's Council of Guam meeting. 9:51 in the morning. Damon Michael Borja is outside, the PIO of GDOE. So Educuentos is coming up from 10 to 11. National programming is going to get you to another bright side. Tanya Eubanks has been amazing. She is a natural. So she's back on today from 2 to 6. She'll be filling in for another bright side. And then we've got the weekend to look forward to. And then Patti Arroyo comes back on Monday for Mornings with Patti. Yeah. And so just looking at what we've been talking about, obviously the budget bill, I guess I'm not going to lie. I was hoping that we were going to get something from the governor before this show is over, but it does not look like it. But obviously going to be tracking that and tracking it and then share it with our audience later on in the bright side. I'll just pass on that information to Jonna, and then also with you, Dice. I'll just let you know. Whatever updates I get between 10 and 2, I'll just pass that on as well, because I know that's what we're just waiting on. There are a number of proclamation signings happening today at the office of the governor, and so they just finished the signing of the National Preparedness Month proclamation signing today. That's the update I got. Oh, and by the way, the Guam guy is also on Spotify. That's where you can find it.
Oh, cool.
There you go. So again, today at 11 a.m. That's right. So I messed it up. Today, Educuentos, right? With Damon Michael Borja for Educuentos, and then right after is the Guam guy right here on Wave 105. And so that's from 11 to 12. This is every Friday now, right? So we don't have to wait for the third Friday of every month. This is every Friday, 11 to 12. National programming gets you to another bright side, this time with Tanya Eubanks, from 2 to 6 p.m. And then into the weekend, baby.
Let's go.
Did you watch any movies? I watched Weapons. I watched it. I don't want to give it away. It's still it's still fresh in people's. It was a great movie.
Netflix?
Oh my goodness. No, it's in theater.
Okay. Going to the movie.
So the trailer is kids. An entire classroom of students disappear into the night. And we're trying to figure out every student except one.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And the teacher. So obviously they're blaming the teacher. What did you do? And also looking at the one child that did not disappear. It's a horror movie. I think the writer and director is the person that put together Barbarians. Have you ever watched Barbarian?
No, I haven't seen Barbarians.
I think it's just Barbarian.
Barbarians?
Yeah, I forget, but it's that's been out for quite a couple years now.
Okay.
So there's some comedy in this. It's kind of like when you laugh, you don't realize you're laughing, and then you question yourself, like, why did I just laugh at that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a good. Okay. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
That's cool.
Did you watch Superman yet?
No, I know they're on me on
the
that
new
one.
punk rock is being kind.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll only get it once you watch it.
The new punk rock is being kind.
Yes.
Okay. The new
Superman. That is Gunn.
Okay.
James Gunn. Remember, Disney did him wrong.
Yes.
Disney did him dirty.
Okay.
Social media actually tried to cancel him. Yeah, they tried to cancel him.
Wow. Why?
Yeah, for some of his social media posts. So if you think I said some controversial things about how terrible the Washington Commanders name and logo is, and how when you go back to the Washington Redskins and the logo itself is powerful. When I look at the Redskins logo compared to the generic W and the generic name Commanders, and even more generic at the time was Washington Football Team. So James Gunn had some really controversial things to say on social media, and so he was getting canceled. Disney gave into that cancel culture fired him, and then his own cast members, friends and family, and actors called or basically said, we're not going to work until you bring back James Gunn. So they bring back James Gunn, but already he's like, you know what? My contract's ending soon, and I'm going to DC. And so now all of his creative talent is now on the DC side, and Disney has lost him. So Tunjoti or Joe Maulik, Hafa Adai, senor.
Be the business and watching Cowboy and Eagles.
All right. Who do you think's gonna win? Who's gonna win, senor?
They're just starting. They're singing the national anthem.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win?
I'll take Cowboy.
There you go.
We got the Southern Cowboys.
There you
so I'm
go,
gonna take the Cowboys.
Why am I not surprised? So Mike, the sports guy, says the Eagles, and Joe Maulik says the Cowboys, and we'll find out soon, in about 3.5 hours, who wins that one.
Right, yeah.
All right, Joe Maulik, how's everything else?
On my way from my medical appointment, Route 4 in Zona, there's rock painting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, highway painting.
Okay, and it's just be aware of that, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Will do.
It's in the curve area.
Okay.
Right after you pass 7-day store in Zona.
Right.
Yeah.
So be aware of that road painting, right? Curb painting, right? They're painting on the road?
Yeah, the passing lane.
Okay.
Emerge before you get to the sharp curve.
Oh, yeah.
There's a emerging lane to the left side.
Got it.
They close the outer lane, the right side. You have to emerge to the second lane.
Got it.
Until you get down to Ilic Bridge.
Right.
Well,
thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
senor. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you too.
Okay, senor.
Guys, take it easy on your weekend.
Ungan, senor.
Right.
Thank you. Viva.
Viva. All right, adios, senor. Take care.
Adios.
All right, time to get out of here. Make some room for GDOE and Educuentos. And then, like I said, 11 a.m., another Guam Guy podcast right here on Wave 105, which you can also find on YouTube and Spotify. Yes. And then Tanya Eubanks will be filling in for another Bright Side from 2 to 6. Everybody, have a great weekend. Be kind to each other. Just like Superman says, kindness is the new punk rock.
Nice. I got to watch it now.
Viva Betness, KGUM-FM in Dededo, Guam. Adios.
KGUM-FM, Dededo. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. went before lawmakers today facing some tough questions about vaccine guidelines and the firings at the CDC.
Change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative that we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas.
CBS's Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
He defended those firings, saying that it was the right thing to do. You know, he continues to insist that he is concerned about chronic diseases in this country, that the rates have gone through the roof, and that some of this happened on the CDC's watch. Furthermore, he criticized the agency's handling of the COVID pandemic and said some of these people have to go.
As the administration restricts access to COVID vaccines, Massachusetts Governor